perhaps is, if anybody, is the favourite for the men's title.
And she said she was super impressed by him. Says he can do some really big things, but also a nod to the competition that he's going to face from Lithuania, among a number of other countries. So we are underway, perhaps. We think this is the first. We should have been starting with Melina Robert-Michon. No, maybe still warming up there. Sippinen didn't give that her full clout. We do think we've got another couple of minutes till they get started, but that certainly looked like a warm-up throw from Sala Sippinen of Finland.
There indeed is Melina Robert-Michon. She can trace her competitive career back 20 years. She's one of a handful of competitors who's actually been competing for more than 2 decades and was also here 20 years ago competing in the 2002 European Athletics Championships.
It's mad how long Melina Robert-Michon's been around. It made her 8th World Championship final in Eugene. That's ridiculous. And it's great to see her still enjoying her competition and throwing pretty well. You know, she's not at her best, so that's at 66, 73, but still throwing well enough to make World Championship finals. It's very impressive.
Did I see somewhere, correct me if I'm wrong, that she's considering retiring at the end of this season? This may be her last season.
Well, we've got some young up-and-coming French athletes here across the board, and like Melina Robert-Michon, but you kind of say if you're still making teams, if you're still making finals, you've got every right to stay in there as long as you want. Let's hope she goes all the way to Paris.
Why not? I think that might well be a fitting goodbye to all the leading French athletes who have been around the world stage for a little while. Not just perhaps Kevin Mayer or Melina Robert-Michon, but quite a number of others as well.
Well, sometimes the athletes like a send-off with a home championship, but often the fans want them to continue.
You know a little bit about the British thrower, I think, Hannah.
Oh, yeah, Jade Lally picked up a brilliant silver medal at the Commonwealth Games. It was so nearly gold. Just had to give way to one of the Nigerian athletes in the closing round. Nigeria took 1st and 3rd, and Jade Lally competing for England. She's actually the English record holder. She managed to pick up that silver medal. And she's thrown the furthest this year that she's thrown since having her daughter. So Jade Lally really on, you don't want to call it a comeback, but I often think there's so many physical changes that you can go through in childbirth, and I think to almost throw, I remember Jessica Ennis-Hill of Great Britain, the heptathlete, calling it a postpartum PB, and I think Jade Lally is kind of on that progression back from childbirth, and that silver medal was just brilliant in Birmingham, what was it, last week? Can't be more than a week ago.
Well, I was in Birmingham, no, 2 weeks ago. I didn't think she threw that well there. I mean, she was a bit disappointed. She had to give best, as you say, to the Nigerian thrower there. I'm sure she's looking to do a little bit better. I mean, she hasn't thrown over 62 metres this year, so that automatic qualifying distance might be a bit of a tall order. But Alex and I were talking this morning that the technical officials, as a rough rule of thumb, in the throws and the horizontal jumps, are looking to qualify maybe between 5 and 8 athletes, and then the rest of the 12 athletes in the final is filled up with the best of the rest. And I think we're just about ready to be on. Yes, she's getting the pointer to the discus circle, and the women's discus qualifying is just about to get underway. The very first action here in the Olympic Stadium at this very first evening session at these European Athletics Championships.
So Melina Robert-Michon will be the first thrower in Group A of the women's discus. 63 metres and 50 centimetres is the automatic qualifying mark into tomorrow evening's final. 9 Europeans have done this marked so far this year, and 5 Germans though, so only 7 entrants. As a host nation, despite being a host nation, still restricted to 3. Nations can have 4 people if they've got the defending champion. But Sandra Perkovic, as so often she's done in Olympic, world's, European level, she took that gold medal in Berlin. So the rest of the nation's restricted to 3 entrants. So as you say, Phil, the organisers sort of trying to hit that 5 or 6 people automatically through, and then you pick up another 6 by the virtue of their furthest distance across the 2 pools. And they look like they might hit that on the nose if we've got 7 entrants already that have done that this season. If it goes to the form book, we should just get 7 automatic and then a 5 further. But hey, when does athletics ever go to the form book? Probably not here in Munich, because that's half the entertainment. So Melina Robert-Michon opening Group A. That's a great silver medal she picked up in Rio. That's bounced just below the 60-metre mark.
Yeah, just coming back to what you were saying about when does athletics ever go to the form book. Quick recap on the women's marathon this morning. That caught us all out. Alex and I were watching here in the stadium while we were covering this morning's heats and qualifying rounds. And I think our jaws just dropped a little to see how that race unfolded.
It was a really wonderful race. I've got to say, I loved the course. It had 4 10-kilometre loops round the city centre of Munich. It was kind of twisty, turny, technical through the old town and then whizzed off round. I'm just waiting for the mark there for Robert-Michon, but it was such an entertaining course. 58 metres 85 for the opening round there, but Aleksandra Lisowska of Poland was just she was a surprise victor, but she made that race. She really put her foot down with 2k to go, and she looked back slightly once she had about 200 metres to go, but she committed to that gold medal and was well rewarded. Androniki Lada of Cyprus, and the national record holder for Cyprus, took 9th place in the Commonwealth Games last week. She's only done 56 metres 80 centimetres this season, so that 63.5 metre automatic qualifying mark could be quite an ask for Androniki Lada.
It's been a good season for Cypriot athletics. We were commenting that they had their best medal haul at any European Championships, indoor or outdoor or age group or senior, at the European Under-18s. And they're another nation who've had the Commonwealths, Europeans and Worlds to fit in.
Busy, fun season for our athlete. Well, maybe more fun as a fan and a spectator. A bit stressful, I think, at times for our athletes trying to do so many competitions. Salla Siponen of Finland is up next, 6-time national champion. She's done a personal best of 60.58, and I think she's walked out the front of the circle there. Yes, it has been given the red flag. Siponen pretty confident that that mark wouldn't get her into the final and wasn't going to waste anybody's time getting that measured.
Finland have an exciting generation of young throwers, along with Siponen, the Discus, Tervo and Silja Kosonen. They've come through the World Under-20s a couple of years ago and have been setting national records, trading them between them. So, exciting crop coming through there.
Absolutely, Sanna Siponen will be keen to try and nudge herself into that final. Next up is Portugal's Irina Rodrigues, 10-time national champion. Her personal best, 63.96, would be enough to automatically qualify. Really give that some welly, bouncing on her toes, trying to will it down the field. It's only going to be a touch over 50 metres there for Rodrigues. See the lead still with Robert-Michon, 58 metres 85. Rodrigues puts herself in 2nd place at the moment in the opening stages of Group A in the women's discus qualification. These athletes will just get 3 attempts, so it's not as forgiving as maybe the 6th-round final or what they might see on the circuit through the year. Wonderful applause from the home crowd here for Shanice Kraft of Germany. She picked up a bronze medal in Berlin behind German Nadine Miller. It was a great 2-3 for them behind Sandra Perkovic. And that looks like a good opening effort from Shanice Kraft.
And Kraft has got pedigree in this event as a 2-time European bronze medalist as well. So she knows what it's like to stand on top of the podium, and even in front of a home crowd, because she got that bronze back in 2018 in Berlin.
Kraft, 60 metres 89, puts herself in 1st place at the moment. Nobody really anywhere near that automatic qualifying mark of 63 metres and 50 centimetres. Vanessa Kanga up next, 4-time national champion for Sweden, previous basketball player. Very different throwing technique from basketball to discus, but if you're an athlete, you're an athlete. Oh, Kanga just managing to maintain her balance. It has been given a red flag, so she might have stepped out of the circle once the camera left, or maybe just a heel over the lip of the throwing circle. Sweden's Kanga gets no mark in the opening round.
Well, Alex and I remember Kanga from 2019 competing in, was it the European under-20s or the under-23s? I can't remember, Alex.
I think it was the under-23s, but she was one of those athletes highlighted, wasn't she? Yeah.
Yeah, she was the favourite on that occasion, but unfortunately came up a little bit short. And who can we see there as the Swedish national coach?
Kajsa Bergqvist. She has taken over as the Swedish national coach this year. Great. Jorinda van Klinken next for Holland. They picked up a good bronze medal in the women's marathon this morning with Ninka Brinkman. And that could be enough to take the lead for van Klinken. As we've already alluded to, she is in the shot put final. That takes place a little bit later. I think it's Charles van Commenee. We talk about other head coaches that we're familiar with. Oh, but van Klinken, does she? Yeah, no, I think that has been given as a foul. See? Still got the dots loading there, but van Klinken would have loved to hit that automatic qualifying mark, pack her bag and go and get ready for the shot put final. But probably don't want to gamble. If you don't hit that automatic qualifying mark, you want to stay out. The officials taking a really close look at van Klinken's first round attempt.
Yeah, I think that's one of the reasons why, with taking a bit of time getting the results up there, they are looking as to see whether, as you saw, there's a foot fault there. Van Klinken, though, I mean, she's one of the few throwers to actually double up these days. I mean, once upon a time it was very popular, very common, but now she's probably one of the few, if only, world-class throwers in both the shot and the discus who are competing in both events. But she's used to pretty busy schedules, having been a US collegiate athlete.
So fast in the circle there, that arm speed. We've seen that from Valerie Ullmann, Sandra Perkovic. But Jorinda van Klinken, for me, she's one of the fastest in the circle. So we haven't got a mark up for her yet. We'll try and see if we can get to the bottom of that. But keeping the competition moving. Dragana Tomasevic of Serbia is up next. And has that landed in the sector? Yes, they have just taken the measuring implement to the inside of the sector. She's not broken 60 metres this season, Tomasevic. She does hold the national record at 63, so she could find some of that form. She'd be all right. But she's not going to do so with that opening effort. She's
been around for ages. She's now technically a veteran athlete at 40 years of age.
See there, van Klinken has been awarded a foul. 53-metre throw for Tomasevic.
So we can see Femke Bol warming up, and Lieke Klaver, her teammate, as well. So, well, they're very strong. I remember Torren at the European indoors, the two of them. Of course, they've been part of the same relay team as well and have won medals together. But Femke Bol going for that double, isn't she, across the 400 hurdles as well. That'd be really interesting to see someone with such supreme inner confidence, and it'd be fascinating to see just what she can do. And I don't know what you make of that challenge, Hannah, but it's a tough one.
It is. You know, we're talking about Jorinda van Klinken trying to do two events, and she must have looked at that schedule and thought, oh, rats. I'm going to have to qualify for the discus in the same session as hopefully I'll be in the shot put final. But Femke Bol, she acknowledged in the press conference that it was a big challenge. I enjoyed Carsten Vorholm saying good luck. Yeah. He tried the double he said good luck, you're going to need it, but he thought she could do it. He thought she was in good enough shape. He tried in Berlin and couldn't quite pull it off. So really exciting to follow Femke Bol over the next few days. Do you think she's got a bye for the opening round tonight? European Athletics allowing sort of top 12 athletes from 100 to 800 to skip the opening round, or is it just up to 400? We're making that up. Claudine Witter of Germany is up next. And you can hear the roar from the home crowd. That could well be the furthest throw we've seen so far in round one of this Group A. Claudine Witter, great 5th place out at the Oregon World Championships, progressing from the 9th place she got in Doha and the Olympics. And it's been measured at 62.59, so she nudges herself ahead of her teammate Kraft to take the lead at the moment. Still a metre behind the automatic qualifying mark, so we might get full 3 rounds out of most of these women.
Might as well just answer your question then. So it's, yes, 400, up to 400, but including both the hurdles as well.
OK, so Femke Bol's job got a little bit easier, perhaps why she even considered this double. Sakui of Italy, just a modest opening mark there. She is the national record holder for Italy. Made the final at the World Championships a month ago. Opening round effort just over 50 metres. 56 metres 54 for the Italian. Puts herself in 4th place. That's the second golden number I've seen today. So on in Nat Cohen this morning, the Belgium athlete failing to retain his crown. Valiant effort though, he was definitely in the top 10, maybe a little bit higher this morning in the men's marathon in tough competition and tough conditions. But Sandra Perkovic is the European lead this season with her 68 metres 45. She threw that when she picked up her silver medal in Oregon. Will we get just one throw out of Sandra Perkovic? I'm sure the crowd will be dead excited to see an athlete of her calibre. It's almost cruel when they come along and do one throw and they're done, but no, that's just short of the qualification mark. Could challenge the lead in this group. Sandra Perkovic has been top 2 in every competition she's done in 2022. That's a rivalry with Valerie Ullman of the United States throughout the season. Got the better of Valerie Ullman at home in Eugene, but it was Fang Bin of China spoilt the party in the closing round at the World Championships. And Sandra Perkovic, I think she would have thought she had the beating of Valerie Ullman and one hand on the gold medal. The Chinese athlete came in and spoilt the party. Good start for Perkovic here in the qualification round at 62 metres 67. Jade Lally of Great Britain taking her time. Silver medal at the Commonwealth Games and then popped over to Portugal, won a competition there. Did a GoFundMe campaign to get herself out to Portugal. She was very open, saying to her fans, you know, I cannot afford to do this without your help. Put up a wonderful message on social media when she arrived in Portugal and said, I couldn't have had dinner if it wasn't for you guys. Normally I would have come here, I would have gone to bed hungry, waited for the hotel breakfast, and that would have been me. But thanks to the money that some fans put forward, she could take herself out to dinner in Portugal, properly prepare for the competition the next day, and then managed to perform a little bit better. 56.55 is her opening round effort. She's going to need to find a little bit more if she wants to get in that final.
I'll tell you what, notwithstanding the fact that she was competing out in Portugal, having a GoFundMe campaign for dinner sounds like a very good idea to me.
But I enjoy the frankness of that. I think it can all be rose tinted, and you look at athletes on social media and you don't always see, everyone says that in social media, in general life you only see the good stuff. With the reality of trying to be an international discus thrower, Jade Lally means a lot of self-funding and a lot of hungry nights and budget travel, budget accommodation that isn't going to bring the best out of you as a competitor.
Well, this is perhaps something we'll bring up during the course of the next few days, but actually below the very top tier of world-class athletes, you know, the Mondo Duplantises and the Carson Warholms of this world, it's actually quite tough to be a professional athlete. You're not getting the money. Forget the Premier League in Britain or La Liga. You're not even thinking about the second tier, but you're probably on par with a third tier professional footballer.
No improvement there for Robert Mouchon. She stays in 4th place with her 58-metre throw. No, you're totally right, Phil. We talk about, I've done a lot of work with athlete committees and athlete commissions. We talk about trying to educate those young athletes to maintain education, maintain sort of work and life outside of sport, because it's not always kind of as glitzy as you think it might be. Adraniki Lada, Cyprus, looking for an improvement on her 52 metres and 80th in the first round. She doesn't look too enthusiastic about that effort. The Cypriot national record holder love to get up towards that 60-metre line here today in Munich. Modest 48 metres in the second round. Stays in 10th place in this group.
Well, ideally you want to be in the top 6, really, when you consider we've still got that group to come.
And I've loved the trend in some of the vertical and horizontal jumps, and maybe the shot put where they have the two pools going side by side, and you almost know what's going on, so you know when you might be able to step aside. But in these heavy throws and the long throws, you've got to just keep going. If you haven't hit that automatic qualifying mark, you have to keep throwing. Sippinen certainly does. The Finnish athlete on a foul from the first round. That does look like a valid attempt. Short of the 55-metre line for Sippinen. Sippinen looking a bit frustrated, and 3 rounds can go by incredibly quickly. Not much time to make adjustments. Sippinen patiently waiting for her mark. Let's hope that's not the judges taking an extra close look at any footwork. Marina Rodriguez turns her back on the field, gives herself a bit of moment of composure. 56 metres 23 in the opening round. She sits in 7th place. As Alex Seftel said, really want to push into that top 5 or 6. They're looking for 12 athletes overall. Rodriguez giving that the speed and the vocal encouragement. I don't know if that's quite going to improve on her 56 metres and 23, maybe a tiny bit.
Well, I was just looking back at the results from 4 years ago. Rodriguez back in 2018 through 59.22 in the qualifiers. Didn't do quite as well in the final, but 4 years ago, 56.52 was needed to get into the final in Berlin. I think we're going to need a little bit more this time around, probably around maybe as much as the 58 metres. We'll wait and see how it unfolds.
Handy little improvement there for Rodriguez. 57 metres and 4 centimetres, puts herself up in 5th place, so that's a bit better. And we move on to Germany's Shanice Kraft. Rhythmic clapping around the stadium. Got to be for, I made it down as 3 European bronzes, Phil, which is 3 in a row. Well, they're checking. The men around me, Alex Seftel, Phil Minshall, are quickly checking their stats. Nothing gets past us as a team. Shanice Kraft I'm getting the thumbs up from Alex Seftel. Shanice Kraft looking for an improvement. She's in 2nd place in the group at the moment. Could be another 60-metre plus throw. 60 metres and 89. So she's in 3rd place behind Vita, of course. Sandra Perkovic leapfrogged all the way to the top of the field.
There we go. That's a commentator's version of a good start, isn't it? Give us a stat and we'll see who can be first to it. You're welcome to join in.
Over competitive. I could say that as a former athlete. I'm certainly over competitive. Sweden's Kanga needs a valid mark here. Foul in the first round. She looked pretty balanced there. You kind of look when they release that discus, they can maintain their balance rather than looking like they're trying to stay on their feet. It's going to be a valid effort for Kanga. She has done a new personal best of 60 metres and 33. It's going to be a little bit below that at the moment. 51 metres and 66 centimetres, but it is a valid throw for the Swedish athlete. She's got one more attempt. Busy day for Jorinda van Klinken. Sabre thought perhaps for the male decathletes they might have done a tiny bit more, but Van Klinken, oh right, oh, you could see her wobbling the tape of the automatic qualifying mark. He would love to get that mark sorted. We've got 2 hours to go before the shot put final, and that's been given a foul throw. Jorinda van Klinken on 2 fouls. Must have been a minor foot foul. have a look at the replay.
Yeah, very close there, look to the edge. It's interesting, isn't it, though? She is, what, 22 years old, coming here and doubling up. She's used to doing that in, let's say, junior competitions, but just stepping up to this level. I mean, clearly she's someone who is confident and can perform on this stage, but I'm sure she would have had some good advice, and yeah, hopefully she can take that good form to putting everything together in the last round.
Absolutely. Tomasevic, 9th place at the moment. Serbia looking for a little bit more. It's going to be around about the same, around about 53 metres for Dragana Tomasevic. Shared frustration in the coaching team on the infield and in the seats.
Sometimes it's unclear if it's frustration or elation at times.
Tomasevic remains in 9th place with her 53 metres and 95 from the opening round.
And just to jump in, if you're wondering what's happened to the men's high jump, the decathlon, well, there's one bar up at 193, another at 187, and I'm sure we'll be picking that up a little bit later on once it gets a bit higher. Nothing really dramatic at this stage, but it is been going on, and you probably get the occasional glimpse of it as well because it's happening just a bit further towards the main stand from the discus circle.
Zabawska of Poland, 54 metres and 60 in the first round. It's going to be a nice little improvement for the Polish athlete, and as they look towards the rest of the heavy throws, Paweł Fajdek, Nowicki will be underway in the men's hammer. That's one of my favourite. Those two, those two competing against each other, just brilliant. So Zabawska stays in 7th place in Group A.
And you were in Poland recently, weren't you? I mean, one of the great meetings.
The first ever Diamond League in Poland took place in Silesia on Saturday in the middle of the Commonwealth Games. If you're a Commonwealth Games nation, you probably missed it. But we did see a lot of the stars from Eugene. Their first kind of competitive outing. It was probably pretty useful for a lot of our European athletes, giving them something to aim at between the World Championships and the European Championships.
Silesia staging the European Games next year, which will also include all 3 divisions for the first time of the European Team Championships. So a bit of a plug and a bit of a shout out for Silesia and the city of Warsaw.
Vita is in 2nd place in the group overall with 62 metres and 59. That could be a little bit better. It's pretty shady in the stands behind the discus cage, and it's really filling up with a lot of spectators down there. Probably gone, that's where all the action is right now, and there's a nice bit of shade. Those two things combined are giving Claudina Vita and her teammate Shanice Kraft a lovely roar every time they step into the circle. So it is a small improvement for Vita, and she nudges herself ahead of the 5-time European gold medalist, Sandra Perkovic. Not bad. In the 2nd round here, Group A qualification. Oh, an Italian athlete there finding the netting. It's pretty frustrating. She's going to stay down in 8th place. A national record of 63 metres and 66 that she threw last year at the Olympic Games would be enough to make her get her into this final. Made that final in Eugene as well, so she'd be bitterly disappointed if she couldn't match that with another major championship final here. Sandra Perkovic just making sure. You can see there was dust coming off the circle there. They don't like any grip. And just a note on conditions for discus throwing. That rain at the Olympic final caused havoc last year. Sandra Perkovic was in a medal position, and then there was this downpour of rain. And it was only Christine Pudenz, the German, that improved after that rain, as she pushed Sandra Perkovic down into 4th place. The 2-time Olympic champion would not have liked leaving Tokyo with a 4th place next to her name. Sandra Perkovic finds the netting there. She's in second place in this qualification group, and I'm sure she woke up this morning hoping she would only have to do one foul here this evening. One foul, apologies, one throw. But she's got a decent 62-67, which might be enough, and then a foul, but she'll have to throw a third time because she can't leave anything to chance.
Well, there's the call room of the men's 400 metres. The men are going over one lap of the track. We've got 4 heats coming up very shortly. At the top of the hour, that'll be the first action on the track this evening. You can see there, spread of countries. Spitz, well, Spitz is a famous name in this stadium. Mark Spitz, 7 gold medals in the swimming pool just around the corner. Back to the discus.
Jade Lally of Great Britain and Northern Ireland looking for an improvement on her 56-metre and 55-centimetre opening round. Tiny bit, but she looks a bit frustrated. Does not look particularly good for the Commonwealth Games silver medalist if she wants to get into the final tomorrow night. She'll be desperate to do so. Missed her daughter's 3rd birthday, I think. She was competing this summer to split her time between the 2 passions of motherhood and competing. Okay, it is an improvement, up into 6th place, 57 metres, 19 centimetres. Apologies, jumps from 7th place up to 5th place, so that's a bit better for Jade Lally. So Melina Robert-Michon, 4th place at the moment. Could she be about to make another major championship final? That would be phenomenal. I don't think that throw will improve on her 58 metres and 85 in the opening round. So the 43-year-old French superstar will have to wait and watch Group B unfold. What I am super pleased about here in Munich this evening is we're going to have pretty identical conditions. I think it's pretty unfair if the maybe also when you have a morning qualification in the long throws, the conditions can really develop through the morning. I think now starting this Group A at 6:15 local time and the second group going off at 7:30, that's been pretty comparable. A lovely day here in Munich. So Robert Michon will be no better than 4th in Group A. And here are the women that are going to try and spoil the party when they get out there. They'd love to throw the automatic qualifying mark. And they will know whether they have to do their full 3 throws if they don't hit the automatic qualifying mark. And if they hit the automatic mark, they can just pack their bags and go home.
It's interesting, though. Some athletes like to know as much information as possible before they start. Others don't like to look at the group or the start list too much to see who else is in it. They just want to concentrate really on their own performance. I don't know what you were like when you saw who was with you on the start list or who come before you.
No, it's hard, and we've got the men's 1500 metres coming up later in the programme. Just 2 heats to go into the final. That's pretty tight, and when you're looking at non-automatic qualifying marks and things like that, I do think it's an advantage in the distance events, but perhaps in sprints and the throws, you're just kind of giving it your best bet anyway.
Well, this was from a little while ago. Arthur Abelais, 178, nicely over for the defending decathlon champion. You might have heard a roar as we were watching a lot of the discus whenever a German athlete went to have an attempt at the high jump. And Abelais takes his total along to 3,027 points. Struggling just a little bit in the disciplines earlier this morning. This, he's saying, will be his very last decathlon. Well, I hope he goes out with aplomb, because we all like Arthur Abelais, one of the great characters of the decathlon, big favourite with the German crowd, and definitely a big favourite of most multi-event aficionados around the world.
Yeah, there's a special camaraderie, isn't there? And Abelais won what was a thrilling competition in 2018, and the Germans blessed to have obviously 2 back-to-back home championships here in Munich once again, and no doubt they'll hope to do well and better than the World Championships indeed.
Yeah, they did underperform a little bit at the World Championships. I think we were expecting a little bit more from Nicholas Cowell, but what an opportunity here on home soil.
Absolutely. I do think it'd be interesting. You look sort of across these different teams and how they performed at different championships. French, Polish team, German team. For me, I feel like they're saving something special here in Munich. We've got to wait, watch, and let the week unfold. Rodriguez of Portugal, 6th place at the moment with that second round effort of 57 metres and 4 centimetres. That's a foul, so no improvement for Rodriguez, 6th place. When you're looking for 12 overall, if they've got the seeding correct, she's all right, but that's going to be a nervous wait for Rodriguez of Portugal. And you can see she fouled purposefully there. She felt that throw wasn't going to do her any favours, so she just stepped over the mark. We missed a throw from Sala Sippinen of Finland. She did get a valid attempt in, but it was 56 metres, so she's outside that top 8 at the moment. Shanice Kraft of Germany up next. You can just hear that volume get turned up a tiny notch with the home crowd. Did she stay in the circle there? It was close, from my reckoning. The officials have been really strict down there, but that could be an improvement on her 60 metres and 89 centimetres. Not the automatic qualifying mark quite, but Kraft, just keeping her heel up there, staying on her tiptoes.
Dancing around a little bit. I mean, we all talk about Valerie Ullmann being an ex-ballet dancer. I remember talking to Shanice Kraft in her early part of her career, and I think she did some ballet as well when she was a youngster.
I did a lot of ballet as a kid. I should have missed calling in the rotational throws for me.
You could have been a discus thrower, of course you could. So now we have Kai Kazmarek. Bars moved up in his group to 199, and that's a nice clearance for the German. Just tickles it with his heels, but nevertheless the torso's well clear there. And he's got a flawless record so far. He goes up to 6th in the overall standings with 3,229 points, 3,229 points. This is Tilga of Estonia. Easy to spot. Got over 196 at the second time of asking. This is first attempt at 199. As a high jump best of 210, shouldn't really have any problems. Well, having said that, that is an extremely laboured run-up. Now, I know his career best came early in his career when he was probably lighter and hadn't spent so much time concentrating on the throws, but frankly, that was a poor effort. He's going to need to do a bit better. That had no height whatsoever.
Tilga back to the drawing board. Jorinde van Klinken is on 2 failures. She's in the shot put final. Discus, arguably her better event, but if she can't get a valid throw and a decent third throw, she won't be in the final. And just as I say that, that looks brilliant. Jorinde van Klinken, she's so young. We've been saying she's only 22 years old. She's pretty young for a heavy thrower and pretty young to be performing at the senior championship stage. But Jorinde van Klinken, I think with that throw, would have put herself in the top 3 in Group A, maybe 4th. She would have loved that automatic qualifying mark. She hit that in her second round with a small foul, but 62 metres, 18 centimetres. 4th place for van Klinken. She can turn her attention to that shot put final in a few hours' time.
Well, 2 groups going on simultaneously. This is Dario Desta. Nicely done for Desta at 1m81. That's a recorded highlight from a little bit earlier. We're just keeping track of him because he's currently in a medal position. Certainly go much higher on that evidence. There he gets one of the little green buttons. Gone are the noughts and crosses that we used to have. It's now red and green buttons. Abelay, 181. Saw him jump 178 earlier, and he's over as well. But a long, long way to go in this high jump competition in the decathlon. Top men are going to be looking at going at around 2.7, 2.10, those sort of heights. go from one group to another. This is the stronger high jumpers, and we've got Nicholas Cowell at 199. We've seen a couple of men already go clear, and so does he. Nicely done there for Nicholas Cowell. Cowell, a 211 jumper at best. Won't worry too much about nudging it. Perhaps just take his run up back a little bit.
Love that.
Yes.
Expression he shared there, showing all his emotions. And it doesn't matter how you get over it, as long as you get over it.
And he's one of the better jumpers in this competition.
So just looking at some of the triple jumpers warming up here. So we've got two groups as part of that qualification getting underway at 8:05 local time. So just over an hour left for them to warm up, and we'll have two groups once again. Automatic distance make it through to the final of 16.95. So a feature of the stadium is the cascading beautiful glass roofs that you can see just above the competitors and above our commentary position, which means we are gladly covered if indeed it rains. Others enjoying basking in the evening sunshine here in Munich, though, as well.
So we've got 3 throwers left in this Group A of the women's discus. The leader at the moment is Claudine Witter with her 62 metres and 77 in the second round. Could she get any more in this third round? She scuffs that tape. We'll see how kind the official is. Where did that land? Could she be our first automatic qualifier through to tomorrow night's final? She's sitting pretty good at the top of this group, 10-centimetre lead ahead of Croatia's Sandra Perkovic. But it's always nice to, to go away, get into bed and think, I automatically qualified for the final. I can start thinking about medals. And Vita clapping herself there in the crowd. She enjoyed that final round. And it is by 1 centimetre our first automatic qualifier in the women's discus. Claudine Witter.
Perkovic cleaning services in action.
Asking for a bit of crowd interaction. She does love to put on a show. She's such a star in Croatia. They love their track and field athletics there, and they have a few good athletes and they get really behind them. When you speak to the Croatians, they get a bit frustrated. The public seem to wait for a big star and then jump on them, and there's not quite the depth behind that, and there's still not the children really loving the athletics. They tend to do handball and basketball. Oh, that's a lovely throw from Sandra Perkovic. Warmed herself into this competition, 62 metres, 67 in the first round, a foul in the second. And she, ever the showwoman, presents to the crowd. That'll be a great final round effort. Could she make it a whopping 6 gold medals? That would tie her with Marita Koch. 6 gold medals in the 400 and the 4x4 back in the 80s, I think. And not that a 4x4 medal doesn't count, but it's not 4 individual medals, is it? And if Sandra Perkovic can do it, 65 metres and 94, it's a fantastic effort from Sandra Perkovic.
So the decathlon leader, Simon Ehammer, 8:31 in the long jump. And held that up with some good 100 metres and shot putting, and he's nicely over 1.99 m. Got a lead at the moment of 254 points. Quite a significant lead at this stage in the competition.
He just needs to keep on going as he is and maximise day one, doesn't he? It's so important. We know how strong the Germans, even the Estonians, are going to be on day 2. Looking a little more gloomy, isn't it? Maybe it's just the colour.
We were thinking there might be rain in the middle of the day today when myself and Tim Hutchings were looking at the marathon forecast and trying to predict what might happen there. And it never materialised. It just got sunnier and sunnier. And perhaps that rain's just been pushed back by 6 or 7 hours, and we're going to get it now.
There was just a tiny smattering of rain as we entered the stadium this morning at about 8 o'clock this morning to get ourselves ready. But you're right, and as I said, when we were looking at the weather forecast, it's very humid out there. It really is quite sticky. So it wouldn't surprise me at all. And as the one member of the commentary team that was here in 2002. I remember how wet a few days were then.
So we have got the first heat of the men's 400 on the track down there. We mentioned it before, the rules this year that the top 12 ranked athletes in Europe do get a bye. They won't compete in this opening round. They can just do the semi-final in the final. So the likes of Matt Hudson-Smith, Alex Haydock-Wilson of Great Britain, a couple of Borlays, Kevin and Dylan, they won't have to compete in this first round. Neither will Marvin Bonifacia, Alexander Dooms. That's 3 Belgians that will get to skip this opening round. That won't do their 4x400 chances any harm at all. But we'll see 4 heats. The first 3 and 3 non-automatic qualifiers will progress to the semi-final tomorrow morning. The fastest in this opening heat is in lane 8, 21-year-old Lionel Spitz of Switzerland, a surprise national champion. No one was quite expecting him to do that, but he's having a fantastic season. Inaki Canal, world indoor silver medalist, goes in lane 7. Patrick Storm of the Czech Republic in 6th. 5th at the world indoors in the individual and the 4x400 relay back in Belgrade in March. Lane 5, Italy's Lorenzo Benatti, silver at the European Junior Championships a few years ago. Manuel Sanders of Germany goes in lane 2, asks for a bit of crowd support. They've already been very vocal for the men's decathlons and the female discus throwers, and they've got a little bit left in the tank. Great for Manuel Sanders. And Danilo Danilenko of the Ukraine goes in lane 3. Lanes 1 and 2 are empty. Fastest personal best and season's best with Lionel Spitz of Switzerland in lane 8. But he won't have anybody else to judge his effort off. So 6 athletes underway in this opening heat in the men's 400. 3 automatically qualify for the semi-final, and then we will add another 3 on non-automatic qualifying times. Fast start from Patrick Storm of the Czech Republic. We see him do that so well indoors, often first to the break. But Inaki Canal has eaten up the stagger outside of him. Lionel Spitz of Switzerland, the young athlete, the 21-year-old, perhaps lacking a bit of experience here, but as they move into 150 to go, does look like the Swiss athlete could be having a little bit of a comeback. Can Canal hold off Patrick Storm? Doesn't look like it at the moment. 50 metres to go. It is Patrick Storm for the win, but here comes young Lionel Spitz of Switzerland powering to the line. Looks like we could have our first 3 from the outside lanes though. Lionel Spitz salutes the air, cheers his automatic qualifying spot ahead of Patrick Storm of the Czech Republic and Inaki Canal holding on for 3rd place. And those 3 men can relax and go and do their warm down and get ready for tomorrow's semi-final.
New lifetime best as well has come up there of 45.46. It was terrific the way he saved something for the last. I was speaking to a coach recently who said one of his young athletes said, how do I run the 400 metres? And he said, well, to be honest, it's up to you to find your way of running the 400 metres, to learn your craft out there on the track. And neck and neck, Storm was fighting with Spitz. Let's take another look. So we've got Storm from 6 and Spitz in 8. They're on the far side, on the outside in the red of Switzerland. So we look at the slow coming through here. Canal in between them. Benatti a little further back than I thought he might be. Someone who's improved this year to 45.62. As you mentioned, has good junior international pedigree. But another young athlete, Spitz, watch him come through now on the outside. Looking composed and fresh and finishing with certainty. And holds the arm aloft and puts him through to the semi-final. And sometimes these heat victories for athletes less experienced in this competition are the big moments, the moments when they realise, you know, I can be a great athlete, and was suddenly filled with that bit more belief.
It's a lovely reflection there, Alex. I think Spitz sort of looked at that start list and thought, well, it's possible, but you know, am I really going to beat someone like Patrick Storm, who's probably watched him do his whole indoor season? And then he's come out here at the Outdoor European Championships and snuck a win in his opening round.
So the last attempt at 1m9 for Janek Oglane. Hasn't looked very good at this height at all. Oh, and that changes the paradigm completely. Nicely over. And that will lead to, no doubt, a few breaths of relief amongst the Estonian coaching staff. Lana, very good high jumper at his best. He's certainly been struggling in this competition. Has gone over 2:05 in the past. Got it all together after some rather poor attempts. His first 2 attempts are 1:99. And you can see quite a few Estonians in the audience there. If you look out for some of those blue t-shirts, quite a few of them dotted around from time to time.
And perhaps another kind of positive influence of having this multi-sport games. I mean, it's lots up to debate whether it's best for each individual sport and this, that and the other. But I do wonder, there's going to be some sports that are finished as well. And you can see there's a big German team down there that I don't think will be athletics. They'll all be focusing on their own competition. It could be another discipline, another sport that's finished, and then they can crowd in here and watch the athletics.
So the men's decathlon continues. A few more events to come. Obviously got 5 tomorrow. 110 meters hurdles, the discus, pole vault, javelin, and finishing with the 1500 meters. Today, the high jump carries on. Kai Kazmarek just looking for his mark. This is 1:99. Oh no, the bar's gone up to 2:02. My apologies. And there he is. Nicely done as well for Kazmarek. Dips his shoulder in, but gets good height. Flows over the bar. Kazmarek up to 5th place in the rolling standings. So this is Adam Helselet. Second best shot putter. Always good with the throws, the Czech Republic athlete. Helselet seems to be around for ages. The Czech multi-eventer, now 30 years of age. Just stutters a little bit, about 3 strides out. And that just put the brake on his momentum. Still had good height, but just clipped it off with his calves. Helselet, 2016 European silver medalist. That was 6 years ago when he was 24. Still quite a lot of athletes in this competition at 2 meters and 2. And the slightly weaker group, including the defending champion Arthur Abelais going on alongside them. This is Nicholas Cowell. Nicely over from Cowell. That was a much better jump than his one at 1:99. Smoothly over, and Cowell continues in this competition.
Oh, I love that crowd interaction. Nicholas Cowell, for me, he looked pretty tense. He went into Eugene as the reigning world champion, and he just never quite looked like he was enjoying himself. And I missed it this morning. I was off in the marathons, but for me, Nicholas Cowell just looked like he's having the time of his life so far here in Munich.
Yes, I mean, it's wonderful to be in front of your home crowd. And of course, one of his big breakthrough was as an under-20 athlete 4 years ago in Berlin.
Here we go, on to heat number 2 of the men's 400 metres. Kijanovic of Serbia on the outside, then Petrucciani, the Swiss, former European under-20 bronze medalist, over to Marvin Schlegel, who won his 2nd German title in Berlin in June. A decent response from the crowd for him. Got the German flags out as well. Over to Davide Ray, Italian national record holder. That was set at altitude in 2019, 44.77. Someone who always seemed to perform well at the European Team Championships. winning the last 2 relays and also an individual victory. Joe Breyer, an emerging British athlete, competed for Wales at the Commonwealth Games alongside his sister Hannah. João Coelho of Portugal recently won his first senior national title, and Joachim Dobber, then 45.07 at best. European indoor relay champion. So a mix of youth and experience here. It's the second heat of the men's 400 metres. Getting ready to go. A reminder of the lineup from the inside. Joachim Dobber of the Netherlands, João Coelho of Portugal, Joe Breyer of Britain, Davide Ray of Italy, Schlegel of Germany, Petrucciani of Switzerland, and Kijanovic, the Serbian, goes on the outside in lane 8. So now they're away once again. It's the top 3 in each of the heat, and then 3-time qualifiers across all 4 heats going through to those semi-finals. Petrucciani going well, hoping to follow his teammate Spitz through that we saw a moment ago, and no doubt likely to be aware of that race and how his teammate went through and got that confidence boost, and he's leading just at this point. Coelho also going well, and Davide Ray in the blue of Italy in the centre there. Let's have a look how the battle's shaping up. Coming down this home straight, actually Ray starting to run away with it, but Petrucciani going to challenge. Of course, both going to make it through to those semi-finals, so Ray wins it in the end in 45.27. And they'll both be just as happy, really. Of course, winning can have an effect on the lane draw come the semi-finals, but they are both through. Have a look and see who came up there in 3rd place when the result comes in. But Davide Ray, yes, one of those experienced athletes in this particular race, and whether it's the relay or the individual, always seems to run a well-rounded 400 metres. You can see actually given the same time, and that's the fastest they've both run this year. And then Kijanovic coming up, taking that 3rd automatic qualifying spot.
Well, Davide Ray hasn't been able to recapture the form he had in 2019 when he was the Italian record holder, running under 45 seconds for the first time, and made the semi-finals that year of the World Championships. Nevertheless, as we look at the race again, came out hard, very determined, knows that he's not shown his best form this year, and knew that qualification was on the line, and there was 2 or 3 very good other athletes there. But he's already, just after the first 100, clawing back the advantage on Schlegel on his outside. Coming into the final turn, it's really just between him and Petrucciani. Petrucciani, really talented young Swiss athlete. Now 22 years of age, Petrucciani, and the two of them battling for the line. And of course, a good result means a better lane draw come the semi-finals. Given the same time, 45.26, but Ray gets the verdict by a handful of thousandths. So a big smile on Davide Ray's face. That's certainly turning the clock back to 2019. Might well be his best run since then. Warm congratulations. They've raced against each other quite a few times, actually. Davide Ray actually indeed set his Italian record in the Swiss meet at Chaux de Fonds in the west of Switzerland. I think Petrucciani was even in that race. I remember watching it on social media. So now back to the high jump in the decathlon. Yannick Aglane, after living dangerously at 199, getting over on the 3rd attempt. First attempt at 2 meters and 2, and suddenly he's found a little bit of form. The bar's twitching, yes, but good height nevertheless. I think just catches it with the back of his thighs. I think he's sorted out some of the problems that he was having at 199 with his run-up.
Aglane, for me, was, I think he hurt himself in Eugene. It was in the hurdles. He always tweaked something in his back, and he looked really uncomfortable through that second day. This man didn't, though. Skopheim She went from strength to strength through Eugene. He had a great high jump there, got all the way up to 2 meters and 17. Battle with Michael Weibo, so it'd be brilliant if we could see that again. But Scothheim just competing almost like there's no pressure and no expectation on his young shoulders.
Well, to a certain extent there isn't. Nobody has really got him tipped as a medal favourite in such a loaded field. That didn't really look like a 2:17 jump, but as you say, probably starting to really think seriously about where he's going in this competition as Simon Ehammer straight over at 2:02. Just wondering whether he can reach the heights of around 2:10, 2:12, and that certainly would cement his lead without a doubt. Because there's not going to be too many of the 7 men still in this competition who are going to be attempting about 2:7, 2:10. Bar will go up to 2:05 after this. Yeah, we can see Ehammer, no doubt at all. Big lead for the Swiss athlete is Michael Weibo. Past 199, feeling very confident about his jumping ability. And that, for my money, was the best jump we've seen at 2:02 so far from the decathletes. A lot more to come, I think, in the high jump from Weibo. So he moves up to 3,248 points.
Weibo with some passes there, maybe conserving some energy. We might see him to some pretty big heights as that bar goes up.
Right, the third heat of 4 in this first round of the men's 400 metres. And there's the man who I'd say was the favourite, Oscar Husillas, last year's European indoor champion. Hasn't broken 45 seconds this year, but he's gradually rounding into form. He's one of those people like David Array in the previous heat, I think, has focused more on the European Championships than the Worlds. There's Vedel, a very good young Danish runner, perhaps one of the outsiders. Simon Brujuna from Slovak Republic. Be a bit of a surprise if he gets into an automatic qualifying position. On his inside, Ingvaldsen of Norway, Krisek of Czech Republic. And we saw a little bit earlier in lane 3. There we go. It's Oscar Husillas wearing what's now become quite fashionable, in particular amongst the Spanish 200 and 400 metre runners, those elasticated arms, those sleeves. Speaking to the Spanish runners, sometimes I get very different responses. Some of them say it's just a fashion statement. Some of them actually do believe that they do actually provide some added performance value. So just a reminder, 3 to go through as of right. Next 3 fastest non-automatic qualifiers from the 4th heat all to go through. 6 men in this heat. As they settle into their blocks from the inside, it's Husillas of Spain, Krisek, Czech Republic, Ingvaldsen, Norway, Bjorn, Slovak Republic, Vedel, Denmark, and Biron on the outside. And it is Husillas who's quick to start as well. Also Krisek of the Czech Republic running well at this point. On the outside, Biron of France. Vedel struggling a little bit at the moment, but it is Husillas in lane 3 who's really eating up the ground on the men inside them as they come through with 150 metres to go, entering the home straight. On the outside, Vedel now picking it up along the back straight and coming into the home straight in the lead. And Vedel, as Husillas starts to tire badly, the wheels have come off the Spaniard on the inside as Vedel comes through, and he eases up, looks very, very comfortable indeed, and just a fraction outside of his personal best. In fact, it may well have been a personal best as he eases up. We'll wait and see if that time's adjusted. So Vedel coming here with a best of 45.52, making it look very easy, and I've got that down as a personal best. It's not showing on your screen. Gilles Biron coming through for second place. I think it might have been Krisek who got through, yes indeed it was, for third place and the third automatic qualifying spot, and the other 3 men will have to wait.
Season's best for Ingvaldsen there in 4th place, and Husillas, and all sorts of trouble there. European indoor champion from a couple of years ago. Must have had some issues in his preparation in his 2022 season. Did have a season's best of 45.45, which would have been enough to win that heat, but couldn't quite reproduce it. These men were so close on season's best. The top four were within 0.2 of each other. So I was expecting a really close finish, but in the end, Benjamin Vidal was just stronger than the other athletes throughout the race, really, and then in the closing stages as well. Wonderful shots here with a rail cam going alongside the athletes, showing us them in full flight. Quite the athleticism and the force that goes through, the power into the ground from all our athletes, but particularly Vidal of Denmark here as he wins the third of 4 men's 400-metre heats.
Vedel settling down there. He was 4th at the World Indoor Championships in Belgrade earlier this year. I think it's long overdue an improvement from this young Dane, because he's looked so promising through the junior ranks, through the under-20, under-23 ranks. Now 24 years of age, and I think a big improvement is long overdue. As we look at Pavel Vieselek, this is Group B. The less strong high jumpers. I mean, it's a nice effort there at 190, straight over. Nicely clear, no problems there for Vieselek. Tidy jumping. Of course, as you've seen, Group B, bar is at 202 at the moment. 7 men still in the competition in that other group. Vieselek, one of the better jumpers in this group. Now we have Rick Tam. Tam's over as well.
Very short run up there from Tam. The athletes taking more like 8 or 12 strides. Tam just seemed to take probably less than 8 there. But I always try and think in these multi-events, each of these heights, 28, 29 points or so for every 3 centimetres that bar goes up. So you want to, really important, obviously, to stay in, but each of those marks can really make the difference in the overall standings.
Yes, Tam not one of the stronger high jumpers, as we now look at Nicholas Cowell. Well, bar. Let's just check where the bar is. I think it's going up to 205. We saw a number of clearances at, yes, it is at 205 now. No, brings it down. Well, he had a magnificent clearance at 202. That was certainly worth a 205 or even higher. Couldn't quite reproduce it there. Just a rather untidy jump from start to finish. Nevertheless, 2 more attempts. And he's got the talent as a high jumper to go higher. We had 7 men. All 7 men who were over 199 also got over 202. So they're attempting 205 now. Oglana, Yannick Oglana, after struggling at 199, got his technique grooved in. Nice clearance at 202. Quick, long way out. No, perhaps needs just to bring his run up forward 30 centimetres or so. Didn't quite hit his marks. The height was there, unfortunately, it was far too far in front of the bar.
Frustrating, written all over his face, acting as though that's a 3rd-time failure, but of course keen to conserve energy as they move through these 10 events. Every point, every performance counts for so much. So
Simone Hammer, well, he's already developed in his very short career a cult following. I mean, we all know he's a hugely talented long jumper. Not a bad high jumper, but brings the bar down there. Once again, not dissimilar to the jump that preceded him from Oglani, just a bit untidy, just took off a bit too far away.
And that brings us to the 4th and final heat of the men's 400 metres. We'll collect those 3 non-automatic qualifiers, try and get those wrapped up as soon as possible, but we're going to get 3 more automatically qualified from this final heat. Pavel Maslek of the Czech Republic, 6 gold medals indoors in the European and World Championships between 2013 and 2018. And Maslek in lane 4, one of the ones to watch in this race. Edoardo Scotti out in lane 8 for Italy. It's a great 4x4 runner for his nation, trying to carve out a career as an individual as well. Patrick Schneider of Germany takes in the crowd support. He's already done a personal best of 45.44 this season. It makes him the fastest in the field on season's bests. Gustav Nielsen of Denmark, 8-time national champion, will go in lane 6. Manuel Guerrero of Spain, silver medalist at the World Indoor Championships this season. But a man that surely has to be one of the greatest all-time indoor 400-metre athletes, Pavel Maslak. Patrick Storm did pretty well in taking over that mantle for the Czech Republic, made that final indoors, but he's got a long way to emulate Pavel Maslak. And Thomas Jordier of France goes in lane 3. Decent relay performer for France, 7th in the World Championships in the 4x4. Good finish, Jordier. Let's see if he can do that here individually. Fastest qualifier so far, Davide Ray in heat 2, 45.27. We've had personal best and season's best all over the place. This track in Munich is fast. Let's see what the men in this final heat in the opening round of the men's 400 can do. Underway to a good start. A lovely atmosphere here building in Munich. Focused around those field events. They love the technical events here in Germany, but they're appreciative of anything track and field as these men launch themselves down the back straight. Manuel Guerrero of Spain looks like he could be moving the fastest out of these 6 competitors so far. We'll be able to tell a little bit more in the next 30 or 40 metres as this stagger unwinds, but it looks like the Spaniard could have the best of the field. Can he hold on? Has he got the legs to hold on in the final straight? It looks like he's going to come under pressure from left, right and centre. Thomas Jordier of France using his trademark strong finish to get the better of this field. The German working hard. Schneider does hold on for 2nd place. And it would be a well-earned victory for France from lane 3. He had all the athletes outside him to aim for, and he timed his finish to perfection. And he's been rewarded with a brilliant personal best. The Frenchman Jordier, 45.39. Schneider, 45.58. And Edoardo Scotti coming through for 3rd place, 45.87.
Yeah, great to see some of these athletes really give everything in the heat. There was a little bit of easing up there, but still comes away with a new lifetime best, does Jordier. And Schneider was finishing fast on the outside to guarantee his spot as well. And Scotti is one of this group of Italian 400-metre runners who are trying to take the crown off Davide Ray. And Ray was, I think, dropped from the relay in Eugene because of the contingent that is now developing. A tenacious runner, but just beaten by Schneider and Jordier. Interesting to see them do battle again come the semi-finals.
Yes, Scotti, I think, was the fastest man finishing there, if not exactly defying the laws of physics. Scotti doing a very good job in coming home in 3rd place. I had to get that one in, really.
No, Scotti did look like he was full of running in those closing stages. Quite the opposite of Manuel Guerrero of Spain. He really, you can see him flailing in these closing stages, flooded with lactic. He's got his pacing wrong. And Pavel Maslak, I wonder if he thought he was in that automatic 3rd spot. Didn't spot Edoardo Scotti of Italy powering down lane 8, because Pavel Maslak will have to wait to see if he can be a non-automatic qualifier. This was the 4th and final heat in the men's 400, so they might be able to officially or unofficially tip you off on who might have got through. That's always a bit of a risky game as a commentator. Rather leave it to the computers that know what they're doing.
It's nice to see Thomas Jordier coming back as well. He's had so many injuries over the past 5 years, from when he was a very outstanding under-20 athlete and doing very well at European age group championships. So that's very pleasing indeed. You did an interview with the French Athletics Federation website and talking about the long road he had to get back to this sort of level. Confirmation that indeed the impressive heat winner. But the pace will get cranked up in the semi-finals.
And we'll add in the 12 athletes who've got to buy straight into the semi-finals. It's going to be tough running. See the fastest of the qualifiers there, Davide Ray. And we can mop up those non-automatic qualifiers on time as well. Pavel Maslak did manage to sneak in with the season's best, as did Gustav Nielsen, both of them in that fourth and final heat. And João Porcello of Portugal from heat 2 will be our other non-automatic qualifier. But a whole host of personal bests. That national record for Benjamin Vidal, was that a junior record or a senior record?
No, it's a senior record. He's 24 years of age now, but yes, excellent performance from Vidal. As you were saying, he's got all the talent. He's always looked like an athlete who's going to make a huge breakthrough. As we look at Jagger Ingebrigtsen, a man who really made an impact in his teens. No need to talk about him making a breakthrough. He's already a superstar of the sport.
Another athlete attempting a tough double, though. That 5,000 metres is tomorrow, 1,500 metres tonight, Monday night. They'll get a few days recovery for that final on Thursday. But Jakob Ingebrigtsen will be back for a straight final.
Can I just throw this over to you, Hannah, as a very good 1,500 metre athlete yourself? How feasible is such a double? We've seen Ingebrigtsen do it. What does it toll can it potentially do, just as we see Wieselek negotiate 1m93? Give us a bit of insight.
Well, the heats for Jakob Ingebrigtsen that are coming up this afternoon in the men's 1500 should be super easy. I mean, you look at the recovery time, Monday to Thursday, for only two rounds of the men's 1500. That is fine. There's no trouble there for Jakob Ingebrigtsen and a number of our other top European male 1500 metre runners. Chucking in a 5,000 metres tomorrow night, I'd say it's still all right. That's the Tuesday night. He's still got a full day off on Wednesday. He can wait all the way through to Thursday night for that 1500 final. And we all know Europeans love to sit and kick at the European Championships, so that should be all right as well.
Marvellous. There's a bit of executive insight as we watch Dario Desta go nicely over 1m93. Not the most accomplished of high jumpers, and certainly his technique leaves a little bit to be desired. Gets over the bar just really on sheer athleticism. So he moves up to fourth place with that clearance. 3,331 points for Desta. Simon Ehammer, well, he would equal his personal best if he went over this, and he has done. Well done for Simon Ehammer. That personal best in the high jump coming last year. And that looks a really good jump. Well, the bar goes up to 2:08 after this, and I think that's within his capabilities. So equals his personal best, and certainly lays down the gauntlet to everybody else who might be challenging him for a gold medal in this decathlon. So Kai Kazmarek next to attempt 2 meters and 5. Kazmarek getting the crowd behind him on the first bend. 2:05 for the German. Second time of asking, and that's a very good jump indeed. He likes it. Punching the air. I should say it's Tim Novak, not Kai Kazmarek. Done that once or twice. I've confused the Germans. I do apologise to our host audience. So Novak, and the next height will be a personal best for him, 2:08, as a best so far in his career of 2:07. Down in 15th place at the moment, but another man who's got quite a good second day, so he's very much staying in contention as we look at Michael Weibo. So Weibo getting ready, second attempt at 2:05, and he's over. So this is a very good high jump competition for the decathletes. Not too often you see more than a couple of men go over 2:05 or better at European level. Switching over groups, this is Rick Tam at 193. Oh, and he's over as well. The two groups operating side by side. At the moment, 12 centimetres difference. The bar in the group that's nearest to the home stand is at 205. This bar in the second group closer to the discus cage, and you can see the women in the second qualifying group coming out and warming up. That's at 193, and Tom, with 3,265 points, moves up to 9th place.
So if we go to the women's 400 metres, and once again it's the top 3 athletes going through to those semi-finals, and then 3-time qualifiers, this time across 3 heats. We've got the top athletes getting a bye into the semi-finals as well. They include a teammate of Lavia Nielsen we just saw there, and Nicole Yergin, Victoria Hurugu, as well as Femke Bol, who's attempting the double that we mentioned across the 400 hurdles as well, and 3 Polish athletes, Kazmanek Kilbaczynska and the defending champion Justyna Święty-Esetic. So there is Lavia Nielsen we saw on the outside. Across Trojani to Salberg. So someone who's improved to 51.22 this year, and as a result becoming an important part of that successful Dutch relay team. And was second at the World Indoors with Balklava and De Witte. Silke Lemmens, the European under-23 bronze medalist. Phil Healy, who really is a sprinter in every sense of the word, 100, 200 and 400 strength for her. A number of Irish national records. And Mette Baas of Finland on the inside, a lifetime best in Malmö in Sweden last month of 52.51. So this heat getting us underway. A reminder of the lineup: Baas of Finland, Healy of Ireland, Lemmens of Switzerland, then Salberg, the Dutch woman, Trojani of Italy, and then Nielsen of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, with Oppegaard of Norway right on the outside in lane 8. So here we go, 1 lap of the track for these women in the 400 metres. So decent getaway in the centre there for Lemmens, chasing down Salberg, who was just about to go past Trojani. As they come down the back straight now, you can see bottom left, the graphic there, giving a sense. Changing all the time though. Lavia Nielsen in the Great Britain kick from lane 7. Could be a good battle on though. Coming through into the home straight now. Nielsen with Salberg, and then Lemmens on her inside, and Phil Healy trying to get into contention now. So Nielsen takes on the lead once more. Salberg chasing, and they're all pretty comfortable as Phil Healy just fading there. 51.60 for Nielsen. She's been pleased with that. It's not been her best season, but she's trying to get back to some sort of good form. An athlete who's been competing well for a few years now. It's a season's best for her, someone who 5 years ago got a silver medal at the World Championships and has been competing at the European Indoors for 7 years. Back in 2015, her first competition there. She's looking to get back to that kind of form that was 50-point. Salberg and Lemmens following her in second and third.
So here we see a replay of the race. And I have to say, Nielsen, I thought, ran a very, very well-structured, very mature race. She went out quite hard and had the race as good as won coming into the final bend. Salberg as well, tactically very astute here. They probably looked down the field and worked out who was going to be the main dangers and how they were going to run the race. Head-on shot. Nielsen looking very, very relaxed indeed at this stage. Salberg as well on her inside, also not having to push too hard. having the luxury of easing up over the final 30 or 40 metres, knowing very well that they both qualified with ease from this first heat. And a nice hug between the two women first home in that particular race.
Yeah, Nielsen was fourth in Berlin in 2018, behind Svitja Ercetic, the champion, as I mentioned. So 2 more heats, the women's 400 to come.
We've had Group A in the women's discus so far. This is over to Group B. Kristin Pudenz is throwing second in this, Olympic Games silver medalist from Tokyo last year. I said it was so impressive. They had that massive rain break, some horrible conditions. And Kristin Pudenz is one of the few athletes that kind of maintained her mental composure and improved despite the distractions. But that is, like to say in America, one and done for Kristin Pudenz, launching that discus over the automatic qualifying mark. It took her rival Sandra Perkovic and teammate Claudine Witter it took them 3 rounds to get over that mark. And Kristin Pudenz of Germany just coming out, getting that done. She did smile when she did it. She's trying to expend as little mental and physical energy as possible.
So now Pavel Veselik, first attempt at 196. In 6th place overall at the moment, and he needs extra points and gets it. Little punch, little smile of satisfaction. Nicely done, lots of height there. He's doing better than some of the competitors in the stronger group alongside him. Now Veselik moves up 1 place, overtakes Adam Helselet, moves his total on to 3,330 points. This is Dario Desta in 4th place at the moment. And again, first attempt at 196. Oh, catches the bar but gets over. So Desta really, really happy with that. Desta, well, has a best of 2:07, but that's a season's best. He's been struggling in the high jump since his under 20 years, his teenage years. But the bar will move up to 199 very shortly. And Desta leapfrogs Solana and Skotime, goes back into 2nd place. Well, Desta was enjoying himself. This is a man who's really enjoying himself. First attempt at a personal best of 2:08 and goes well clear. What a good jump from Simon Ehammer. Well, that's his first personal best in this competition. But he's backed it up with some very good performances in the 3 preceding events, the 100, long jump and shot put. That consolidates his lead. 3,723 points. Tim Novak saw him clatter through at 2:08, 2nd attempt for the German. And he gets over this time, nicely done. Big roar from the German.
I think the more this session goes on, the more the athletes are starting to feed off the crowd and use whatever it is, the runway or the circle as their performance area, the stage, because that's what it is.
I cannot overemphasize the atmosphere down at the marathon this morning. And Richard Ringer of Germany snuck through, snatched the gold medal away from Israel's Maru Teferi. And that has got to be down to the crowd support. And maybe we're going to see these German athletes just do better session by session.
So this is Michael Weibo. 2nd attempt at 2:08. And it's a very successful one for the Estonian. There we go. There's the Michael Weibo fan club. Nice jumping there from Weibo. That was good technique as well. He was trying to work out his run-up a little bit on the failures at 2:05 and 2:08. But when he gets it together, when he hits its mark, he's a very good jumper indeed. Has a best of 2:18. So still a little way to go. As we now look at the women's second heat. So on the outside, Camille Laus of Belgium. As we switch to the inside, that's Alice Angioni of Italy. Janet Richard, Maltese record holder. Inga Baumgart-Witten, she was 5th in the European Championships 4 years ago in Berlin, and a gold medalist in the relay, and a real stalwart of those successful Polish women's 4x400 relay teams, as well as the mixed relay teams. Amandine Brossier also has gone under 52 seconds this year, best of 51.25 from a year ago. Suzanne Wally of Austria. Teresa Petris-Lipova. And on the inside, Finland's Milja Tharason. As before, 3 automatic qualifiers, the first 3 women home, and 3 fastest non-automatic qualifiers from these 3 heats.
On your marks.
Well, Baumgart-Witten with a best of 51.33 should go through as of right. She's a very, very consistent performer. The 32-year-old now from Poland. Brossier on her inside as well. So we're looking at lanes 4 and 5 really as the 2 women perhaps to go through as of right. Could be a real battle for the 3rd place. So they're away. Brossier at this stage running extremely well, making up a bit of ground on Baumgart-Witten. In turn, Baumgart-Witten, not surprisingly, making up some ground on Richard on her outside, the Maltese runner. But it's very much the Frenchwoman in lane 4 and the Pole in lane 5. Also running well on the outside at this stage, it's Wally of Austria in lane 3. Brossier had the lead going into the bend, but now it's the long legs of Baumgart-Witten that are eating up the track. Baumgart-Witten shoulder to shoulder with Brossier. Baumgart-Witten just puts in a little spurt to confirm her qualification into the semi-finals. No real problem there from Inga Baumgart-Witten, although it does look like a season's best of 51.10, not that far outside a personal best. It looked as though she was running with consummate ease there, and it's adjusted to 51.09. Brossier as well, just 100ths outside her best. So that was very, very deceptively fast from the first 2 women home, Baumgart-Witten and Brossier. Wally, who was up there in the mix up until probably around 90 meters from home before Baumgart-Witten and Brossier just showed their endurance down the home straight. Nicely done from the Pole and the Frenchwoman, and Suzanne Wally of Austria goes through as the 3rd automatic qualifier.
Was a really great last 100 meters from Baumgart-Witten and Brossier, as you said, Phil, but what a treat to see 4 Polish women in this field, thanks to Justina Święty-Ercetic being the reigning champion. But Iga Baumgart-Witten, that was her best run of the year. Well, obviously, it's the season's best. But we haven't seen her really looking at her strongest and at her very tremendous best through this season until now. And how exciting that Baumgart-Witten has saved her very best here for the European Championships and Munich. Their 4x4 performances in Eugene weren't what we'd come to expect from the Polish Golden Girls, as they are called in their home country. But they could really be rounding into form here for the European Championships in Munich.
Well, no mixed relay here at the European Championships, but they're going to be tough to beat when it comes to the women's 4x4 later on in these championships.
I remember when they were part of a glossy advert for one of the major championships in which they were all wearing sunglasses and stepping out of fancy cars, and it was done to try and encourage people to watch the coverage.
So, Scott time. 3rd and final attempt at 2:08. Oh, and he gets over. Oh, excellent performance there from the Norwegian. Well, for so long, Norwegian multi-events has been in the hands of Martin Ruhr, but this young man, really, really impressive.
Reading about Skottheim earlier on in the season, he was so disappointed he couldn't go out to the World Junior Championships in Nairobi last year. The Norwegians choosing not to take a team. It was terribly complicated with COVID and restrictions on returning to certain countries. And Skottheim didn't get to finish off his junior career as he might have liked to. And
no, but that jump moves him up. Sorry, I was going to say that jump moves him up to second overall as we now start looking at the core room for the women's shot put. We just saw there Fanny Roos. There's Van Klinken, Sarah Gambetta, and who else? Oriol Dongma. Very entertaining character, Dongma. She really looks very intense, but out off the track, outside of the circle, the facade drops, and she's a very, very lively person, very energetic. Well, so there's still a couple of people in this competition, but we leapt first attempts. Here's Skottheim, second attempt at 2:11, and he's nailed that. Well, extremely good jump from Skottheim. It's a 2:17 performer, so there's more there, and you can see he got bags of height, tickled the bar with his legs, just caught it, looked like his heels on the replay. And he's not going to challenge Ehammer, but that really is a very impressive performance, and he's starting to consolidate himself in second place ahead of the 400 meters to come just a little bit later. There's Ehammer. Wasn't a bad attempt. Jumped to personal best at 2:08, improved by 3 centimeters. Took it off with his backside. And he had the height there. One more attempt for the decathlon leader. And Tim Novak. Novak again, another very good jumper. Problem the decathletes have with the high jump is inevitably, as they start training and wanting to improve, particularly with the throws, they're putting on a bit of muscle mass. So many of their career bests usually come early in their careers. It's just a little bit harder to get that little bit of extra weight into the air. But Tim Novak, second attempt at 2:11. Oh, stuttered really. His run-up started to just fall apart about 4 strides from home. And as their career goes on, they tend to concentrate on the technical events where they can make big improvements, usually the javelin and the pole vault on the second day.
Super busy on this first bend in the track here in Munich. Those 2 decathlon high jump pools going on, and Group B in the women's discus. But this is the final heat of the women's 400 meters. First 3 automatically qualify, and 3 non-automatic qualifiers will join them. Fastest so far, Iga Bambark-Witten of Poland with her 51.09 to win that second heat. Lane 8 will go to Italy and Anna Polineri. Lane 7, Gibraltar's Norcady Rees, just 18 years old. Charlene Maudsley of Ireland goes in lane 6 to join Rashid Adekoli in the next round. Leka Schmidt of Germany gets a great cheer from the local crowd. Schmidt has some 3 million Instagram followers. When we talked about dual careers and trying to do other stuff, Schmidt does a lot of modelling and social media campaigns that allow her to train and compete to the best of her abilities, and very good so they are. Vikula of Latvia will go in lane 4. Azevedo of Portugal, the national record holder and 14-time national champion, gets lane 3. Sokna Lacoste of France, 5th in the World Championships over the 4x400 with her teammates a month ago. Lane 1 is Naomi van den Broek of Belgium. A new personal best already this season, 51.73. And the Flemish athlete has got a lot to aim at on the lanes outside of her. Katia Azevedo of Portugal, the fastest personal best, only athlete underneath 51 seconds in the field. She's also got the fastest season's best. So the Portuguese athlete in lane 3 should be one to watch for one of these automatic qualifying spots into tomorrow's semi-finals. On their way, first time, Azevedo of Portugal in lane 3. Doesn't look like she's got the fastest of starts so far. Schmidt of Germany has, though, out in lane 5, using all of that support of the home crowd. You could hear people calling out her name even when they were in the position in their blocks before they were called to set. But Schmidt eating up the ground outside of her on the Irish athlete, but their lead at the moment being given to Lacoste of France. Keep your eye on Lacoste of France in lane 2. She could come to the fore as the stagger unwinds, but it is the Portuguese athlete Katia Azevedo using all of her experience. She's got the fastest personal best, the fastest season's best, and she's showing why in the closing stages. Azevedo of Portugal striding away from the field. It's going to be close for the other 3 automatic qualifying spots behind her. Bikula of Latvia dips for the line, as does Schmidt of Germany. Alicia Schmidt of Germany might just have stolen that 3rd place from the rest of the field. Blanket finish, but she saved a tiny bit for the closing stages. You hear the roar from the home crowd. Azevedo taking the win, 51.63. It was a clear second for Gunter Vikula of Latvia, 52.26. Now they will take their time. And you can hear the roar go up from the German crowd. Schmidt has been given the 3rd spot. She will take part in tomorrow evening's final, semi-final. There are your 3 automatic qualifiers, and we'll have a look for the non-automatic ones. Second heat notably faster than this one. Pretty equal to Lavia Nielsen's winning time in the opening heat for Azevedo.
Yeah, nice, comfortable win there for Azevedo. And she's some 6/10 off her season's best coming into this race, or coming into these championships, and just seemed as though she wanted to go for a decent time and continue with that decent margin of victory. Looks like she's barely broken sweat as she came through there to the line. Good battle behind her as we focus here on the Portuguese. And look here for the finish of Schmidt there from lane 5. Really close, just dipping that.
When you said it, Alex, you talked about how do you run a 400 metres, you've got to run to your strength, but we've seen some fantastic last 100 metres across the men's and the women's events. It's really crucial that athletes can hold it together in that last 40 or 50 metres, because it can really change if you get it wrong. And I do think each of the winners there in that women's heat got it particularly right.
So Pavel Wieselek, 4th overall at the moment, needs this jump, and he's got it. Well, absolutely nailed it. So that keeps him at this stage in the competition very much in contention for the medals. If you were watching the programme earlier, you saw the way that the prediction charts were utilised to bring in the personal bests of everybody's individual events. Wieselek, well, turn the clock back 4 years. He finished in 13th place at the time. That was a good performance for him. 4 years better now.
So having a look there at the full set of results from the women's 400 metres. Baumgart Betan retaining that fastest qualifier spot, but obviously we know that the top 12 athletes ranked overall will come in those semi-finals, including the defending champion, her teammate Jasina Sveti Ersitic, as well as Kiel Lashinska and Kazmarek as well.
So we saw Group A of the women's discus at the start of the programme. Sandra Perkovic took the victory there with a huge 65.94 in the final round. And this is her teammate, Maria Tolj. Second round effort, looking for an improvement on 54.75. That was a very modest throw for the young Croatian athlete. And that looks like it could be better. Christine Pudenz of Germany through that automatic qualifying mark with her opening throw. And the rest of the athletes having to fight it out into the second round. Maria Tolj took a great 8th place at the World Championships. For Croatia to have 2 athletes in a global final in such a small nation was brilliant. 60 metres, 84 centimetres for Tolj. Puts herself in second place at the moment as we start the second round in this Group B qualifying.
So Dario Desta, he's just seen Pavel Viselek go over 2:02. Can he follow suit? Third attempt for the Italian. And he gets over. It wasn't pretty, but it was effective. And he stays in third place. Nicely done for Dario Desta. Has gone over 2:07 a while back. Tickles the bar, but it stays on the uprights.
There have been a lot of wobbles of that bar during this decathlon high jump.
I think that's almost inevitable. You've got quite a range of abilities at the high jump. You've got some, like Skotime, who are technically very proficient. Others, like Desta, are just getting over on sheer athleticism.
Yeah, continuing on with the second round in Group B, this is Liliana Char of Portugal. We saw her teammate Azevedo take a brilliant victory in the third heat of the women's 400. Char here looking for an improvement on 58 and 60. She's in third place at the moment. And that looks like it's much closer to the automatic qualifying mark of 63 metres and 50 centimetres. That's only been surpassed by Sandra Perkovic, Claudine Witter and Christine Pudenz so far. Could we add Char to that? Not with that throw, but that could be enough to get her starting to think about tomorrow night's final. 62 metres, 78 centimetres, up into second place. And that's, I think, puts her maybe into third overall when you combine the 2 rounds as well.
So the men's 1500 metre runners into the call room. First group. Luke McCann of Ireland just crossing your vision. There's one of 2 Spanish runners, Fontes and Garcia in the race for Spain. Italy have Osama Meslek. So the 1500 metre men on their way to the track, and they'll be out there waiting for the gun to go in about 14 minutes time. Jakobin Gebrigtsen, of course, one of the poster boys of these championships. And we're very much looking forward to the battle between him and Jake Whiteman if it does unfold that way. Oh no, Whiteman's running the 800 metres. What am I talking about? I have suddenly lost track. I suddenly thought that Whiteman was going to be... No, of course, he's in the 800. So, Simon Ehammer, last attempt at 2:11. He's already got 1 personal best. Oh, he was so close to getting it. Massive height. Just high point, just a little bit further in front of the bar, but he really gave that everything. It was almost there. Just caught it with his backside. So 1 personal best, his first personal best of this competition for Simon Ehammer. Now, Michael Weibo, his last attempt at 2:11. Oh, close as well, but the bar comes down.
And I did see his wife, Shawnee Miller-Weibo, new world champion, down at the track. Was it only yesterday? It feels like a lifetime ago. In a sort of practice session. They're always there supporting each other. And she seems to come all the way to Germany just to support Michael Weibo.
I was looking out for Shawnee. I couldn't see her in the crowd, but I'm glad you've said that she's here.
Well, yesterday she had a blue wig on. That helps anyone trying to find her down there. And I'm sure she's watching all of this athletics intently. She has said she might try the multi-events. She's got to watch a few disciplines as they unfold. 60 metres and 84 for Tolj in the second round. Puts herself in third place at the moment, and that looks closer to the 63 metres and 50 centimetres. Not over it. That is her third and final throw, so she won't automatically qualify for the final. But that's not going to do Maria Tolj's chances any harm. And we do get a smile from the young Croatian. 62 metres, 51 centimetres. It is a notable improvement, pushing herself up into third place.
Yeah, and behind those around the 62-metre mark, that's a big 3.5 metre gap overall to slot into.
So, Skull time. Bar's gone up to 2:14. Go time, well, he's good, very good jumping, has taken up into second place overall. Last attempt at 2:14. It was a pretty decent attempt. Not quite there, brings the bar down. He's done well in the high jump. That's an excellent performance for him. Has gone over 2:17 in the past, but all things considered, that's a very, very useful performance for the Norwegian. Stays in second place. So 3,428 points. Simon Ehammer with that clearance at 2:08. Just under 300 points ahead of the best of the rest, which is the man you're looking at here as he takes off his high jump shoes. So they've got a little bit of time to recover before the men's 400 metres in the decathlon gets underway. Just to mark your cards, the first heat is due to go at 21:15 local time here in Munich. As I always say, that's Central European time. He's the very last man to finish in the high jump, at least in Group B. We've still got Desta and Wieselek jumping in Group A. As we switch back to the discus.
Zaran Katie of Lithuania up next. 5-time national champion over discus and shot put. One of our multi-talented athletes. And Lithuanian will have to find a little bit more. And what about Gudjus and Alekne? That's it, Alekne, taking that silver and bronze at the World Championships. We've got Christian Che and all manner of Swedes breathing down their neck in the men's discus. We'll see them in a few days' time. Zaran Katie here looking for an improvement on her 55 metres and 66. And you look at the two groups combined, Irina Rodrigues of Portugal occupies 6th place at the moment with 57 metres and 4 centimetres. That's what these women need to throw to get up into the top 12, and I don't think that will manage it for Zaran Katie of Lithuania. Just moving our way through this third round. A few throwers left to go. Stromilo there, not throwing further enough. It's 5th place in this Group B. Lisa Pedersen, 57 metres and 46. She is the only athlete in the top, the last athlete from this group in the top 12. And Agnostopoulou of Greece is all right at the minute. 9th place overall. She won't necessarily know that. And 9th place when you've still got a few athletes to throw behind you is not something you need to relax and take for granted. 12-time Greek champion. You dominate in your nation. What a treat to get to come and test yourself against the best of the rest in Europe. And Agnostopoulou, I don't think that's quite going to improve on her 58 metres, 13 centimetres. Puffs her cheeks out. She's letting the officials measure it, though. Often these athletes know that it's not going to be any better and they step out. Agnostopoulou letting the officials measure that. Just 55 metres, 17 centimetres. Agnostopoulou stays in 4th place in this group, which I think is going to be enough. Liliana Cha is up in 2nd place in this group, 4th place overall. Doesn't need this to make the final. But she'd like to send a message to the likes of Sandra Perkovic and Kristin Prudence. These athletes way over the automatic qualifying mark of 63 metres, 50 centimetres. And sometimes these athletes, getting yourself familiar with the throwing circle is worth it. And Liliana Cha, there we go, there's the smile, because that will be an automatic qualifying mark for the Portuguese athlete. We've only seen Perkovic, Prudence and Vita go over 63 metres and 50 centimetres, but we could be adding a 4th athlete here with Liliana Cha of Portugal. It's been measured at 65 metres and 21. You can see the cheer there, and that's her teammate, Arina Rodriguez. I hope she's doing her maths. She's still in 12th place overall at the moment, so we could have 2 Portuguese athletes through to the final. 3 athletes left to throw in Group B.
So, Dario Desta, 3rd and final attempt at 2:05. No, not really close. Nevertheless, 2:02, very useful performance from the Italian. Keeps him in 3rd place. So Desta still very much battling for the medals. High jump was never going to be a banker event for him. 3,413 points. So just 15 points behind Skotheim of Norway in the silver medal position. Wrap up of the results, and Sander Skotheim the best of 2:11. There's the full lineup.
Yuri Sikora, did he start this morning? Yeah, horrible pole vault in Eugene. Hurt himself there. I would have been surprised if he'd made the start line here.
Yes, Salmon Hammer, 3,723 points. Still predicting he's going to finish 4th. I'm not convinced about that. I'm going to see whether I can put any money on him getting a medal. I think he's a good bet for a medal at the moment.
Probably a dodgy algorithm going on there.
He's got the win behind him, as they say.
Well, it's partly because you're unlikely to see 10 personal bests, isn't it, across the decathlon?
Yeah.
You will see tiring. You'll see, kind of damage limitation at times. And the pure fact is that we know the Germans, the Estonians have a stronger day too. So we'll wait and see.
Yes, and we watch the women's shot putters, the finalists, coming out very shortly onto the track. See Fanny Roos there. There's Van Klinken. There's the 2 Germans, the taller Maisch alongside her Sarah Gambata. There's Schilders. And there's slightly surprising finalists. Bezedo of Moldova. Done well to reach the final. Would probably put a good bet on most of the other names. That was one of the few surprises, I think, in the 12 women who will contest the shot put final very shortly.
So first men's triple jump qualification that we've seen. This is Andrea Dalla Valle, who's 2nd in Europe this year behind Pedro Pichado of Portugal. You can see that qualification mark, which is 16.95. I make it only 6 Europeans are over that this year. 16.41 was needed in Berlin in 2018 to make that final. 16.83 though for Dalla Valle, and you think that should be good enough. So he's competing in Group B, both of those happening simultaneously. Definitely got a bit cooler, by the way, inside the stadium. It was 27 degrees when we started this session.
It's just 3 athletes left to throw in the women's discus through the 2 qualifying rounds. Pedersen of Denmark is next. She's in 5th place in this group overall. That puts her 11th when you combine the 2 pools. So at the moment, that is okay. She's looking for an improvement on her 57 metres and 46. And, well, sometimes it's good to be able to go on something other than the athlete reaction, but Pedersen's reaction there indicates that that's going to be a lot further than 57 metres and 46. She looks delighted. A couple of athletes left to throw. Stramillo of Italy and Gando Ntumba of France. If they both improved, Pedersen would be in trouble had she stayed in that 11th place. With that throw out towards the 60-metre mark might be an improvement for the Danish athlete. 59 metres, 40 centimetres, so it doesn't change. It does change the place. Thank you very much, Graphic, for a live update. Pushes Pedersen up into 4th place in this group. And we can see we have concluded the qualification there. Sandra Perkovic, the 5-time champion, looking for a 6th gold, does qualify first. And you can see some of the non-automatic qualifiers. Jade Lally and Irina Rodriguez were from that Group A, so a nervous, long wait for those 2, but they will be in tomorrow evening's final. Full field of 12 athletes can go back to their hotels, rest up, and look forward to that discus final.
I think really only one surprise non-qualifier there. That was the Italian record holder Daisy Osakua. Otherwise, probably most of the names we'd have expected in that final. Slightly better qualifying in terms of what was needed than 4 years ago in Berlin, as we now switch our attention. Well, I was going to say to the men's 1,500 metres, but really our attention is focused on one man, Jakob Ingebrigtsen. This is actually a very loaded heat in terms of depth, but Ingebrigtsen just commands such a great degree of attention. There's Jake Hayward. Hayward coming in place of the aforementioned Jake Whiteman. Hayward gets the nod in the 3 men who come for Great Britain, Northern Ireland. Mischler, very, very good Frenchman. Mohamed, well, he's going to get a lot of cheers from the German crowd. Grethen, very useful Luxembourg athlete. Of course, Luxembourg's one and only gold medal, albeit back in 1952, did come in this particular event. Famous victory by Josie Bartel. Gretchen has reduced the Luxembourg national record by several increments. So 3 3/4 laps, just to give you the full lineup. It's Nada of Portugal, Grethen of Luxembourg, Gonzalo Garcia of Spain. There's another Garcia going in the next heat. Mohamed of Germany, Giovanni, Belgium, Filstrom of Sweden, Mischler, France, Meslek, Italy, McCream, Belgium, Hayward, Great Britain, Northern Ireland, Fontes of Spain, McCann Island, Frisk, Czech Republic, and he started on the outside of the echelon, 14th in lane order, as you can see by the sticker on his shorts, Jakob Ingebrigtsen, and he's next to back at the moment. Very wisely keeping himself out of trouble. Remember a European Under-20 Championships in Grosseto back in 2017, where he ended up getting tangled up and his 1,500 metres hopes went crashing to the track in that Italian town in Tuscany. But since then, generally has managed to avoid accidents. I think he's learned, well, of course, he's got phenomenal talent, but learned racing skills as well. So as they're coming round into the home straight for the second time, leading the way, it's the Briton, Jake Hayward. The Italian Meslek behind him. Rather sedentary pace at the moment. McCann up there for Ireland. They've just come up with 2 laps to go.
So Jake Hayward is no stranger to leading major races. He made a massive move at the Diamond League in Rabat to try and win that. Couldn't quite hold off his teammate Jake Whiteman that day, but he did come second. Luke McCann's coming off a brilliant Irish record over 1,000 metres in Monaco, but I think he was pacemaking and managed to hold on there as well. And Osama Maslak, he's been having a great season, Italian indoor record holder over 1,500 metres. So these big hitters really at the front, happy to let Mohammed and Ingebrigtsen just jog around at the back, but they've got to be well, Jakob Ingebrigtsen probably doesn't have to be careful. He has such a formidable change of pace and so much strength, and he's just gliding his way around the outside of the group. Charles Grethen has got himself onto the shoulder of Jake Hayward. But if you talk about busy athletes, Mohammed of Germany has actually entered in the 15, 5K and 10K. The German athlete just tracking the reigning champion Jakob Ingebrigtsen around the outside of this field as they hit the bell.
Yes, as they hit the bell, it's Hayward and Gresham coming around the outside. It's Meslek of Italy. Jakob Ingebrigtsen just smoothly gliding his way around as they come in halfway down the back straight, 250 metres to go. Well, qualification, first four in each of these two heats and the four fastest non-automatic qualifiers. Some of these men are going to be left watching the final from the stands, and it's still Jake Hayward at the moment. He's run a very, very good tactical race, Hayward, controlled matters from the front. Gretchen, the good Luxembourgeois athlete, but he's hardly breaking sweat. Ingebrigtsen comes into the home straight, gets to the front. Hayward now starting to struggle. It's Shabani of Belgium now taking up second place, and the two Spaniards, one coming through on the inside, one on the outside. But Ingebrigtsen, 3:38.48 unofficially. It's Belgium's Ismail Jabani taking second, and then there's two Spaniards following them home, Garcia and Fontes. They get the four automatic qualifying spots. The rest will have to wait.
Scrappy race in the closing stages there. I thought Jake Hayward looked fine with 200 metres to go. He was fighting off the charges left, right and centre, but sometimes reacting to someone else's kick can really take the sting out of your finish. And Debiani ran a very smart race for me. He was on the inside for a lot of it. But the two Spaniards, I was saying, we were talking about the difficulty of doubling and how European men love to jog and have a sprint. And Fontes and Garcia of Spain, rolling back the years, we're so used to seeing Spanish athletes with a lightning quick sprint finish in male European 1,500 metre races. Garcia and Fontes treating us to that at the detriment perhaps of Great Britain and Northern Ireland's Jake Hayward, because 3:38 as a winning time for Jakob Ingebrigtsen is not quick, and that is very achievable as we look towards that second heat for this men's 1,500. Only first four qualify automatically and then four non-automatic, and Jake Hayward just out of focus at the back of the picture there, falling to the ground as he desperately tried to hold off the double Spanish challenge that was coming around the inside and the outside.
Well, you're absolutely right. 3:38 is an attainable time by so many men in the second heat. So Grethen unravels in the same fashion as Jake Hayward. He's the man in 8th place at the moment, 3:40 and change. That's what the men in Heat 2 have got to aim for. A little bit of a post-mortem there between Jake Hayward and Ingebrigtsen. They know each other very well all the way through their teenage days, now competing on the biggest senior stage in Europe, the 25th edition of the European Athletics Championships.
Back to the triple jump qualification. We have seen Dan Lavalle go out to 16.83. This is his teammate Emmanuel Ihimeji. Just checking his run a little, but a very tidy jump and over the automatic qualification mark, which is 16.95, which we thought might be tough to achieve, but this man is over 17 metres. Well, sometimes in European competition we see Pedro Pichada really run away with things. The European Indoors in Torun, all of his jumps were better than competitors, but 17.20 for Ihimeji is terrific. That's his best this year, and first man comfortably through then for the final, and that is enough for his qualification for this evening.
Beautiful sunset going on in Munich here. We caught a quick glimpse of that before we had a look at this men's shot put final very Birmingham-esque, if you do forgive me for indulging my home city, with some brilliant sunsets throughout the Commonwealth Games, and these athletes could be treated to something similar here as the sunsets in Munich.
Yes, just leading up the rear, it's Marcus Thompson, the very good Norwegian record holder. Had a brilliant under-20 career and is now really starting to, well, I think he might just be a little bit beyond the medals. I think we could be looking at needing something close to 22 metres to get on the podium. We'll wait and see. They're in action. They get underway at just before 9 o'clock local time here in Munich.
Yeah, that's right. So we have the likes of Michal Hadetic as well. He's gone over 22 metres in the past. Thomas Stanek as well. We go back to the triple jump, though, and quite a good few minutes if you're a Portuguese fan. Liliana Sá, Irina Rodrigues, Oreo Dolmo, I think in the women's shot put final as well. We saw Azevedo win her 400 metres heat. And Pichardo, sort of guy who seems to be able to perform on command, and sometimes he'll then just rest for the second round if he's already got a good jump in. Of course, if he gets a capital Q next to his name, more than 16.95, then he'll know that he needs to do no more. There we go, so close to 16.95 for Pichardo. Of course, one of the few men in history over 18 metres. And this could well be good enough to make it through to the final, even if it isn't over 16.95. Plenty of space there to make up. So the Olympic, world and European indoor champion, 16.89. So a little bit frustrated from him to just be some 6 centimetres off, but a very cool customer, and as I say, not been perhaps a vintage year in triple jumping, and could well be good enough.
There's that lovely sunset as we turn our attention towards this second heat of the men's 1500 metres. The fastest non-automatic qualifier at the moment, Charles Gretchen of Luxembourg, 3:40.33, and that is achievable by pretty much every one of these men. Ireland's Andrew Coscoran is on the outside, and Mario Garcia, 4th place in Oregon. He's just seen his 2 teammates, Gonzalez Garcia and Ignacio Fontes, automatically qualify. Could he join them? Michael Rosmus of Poland is a World Championship and Olympic finalist. Could he make another major championship here? He's got a great finish on him, as does Matt Stonia of Great Britain to his side. He had a fantastic Commonwealth Games. He's going to have to up his level a little bit here if he wants to make this final. Neil Gawley of Great Britain and Northern Ireland might have been aware of the front-running tactics of his teammate Jake Hayward. Jake Hayward almost leading but not challenging anyone else, not running the sting out of anyone. That painful way to lead when you don't quite do it fast enough to do any damage to your competitors. Neil Gawley will be keen to make this final. 8th at the Commonwealth Games in a great personal best of 3:32. The Scottish athlete, but he had COVID going into the World Championships, only made the semi-final there. So on the redemption path, Neil Gawley. So we saw Jake Hayward lead the first heat, running pretty much 60-second quarters. That gives you 3:45 if you keep going. So we'll not be surprised if we see these athletes just try and keep it moving, more like the 59-second lapping. Andrew Coscoran of Ireland looked like he might be keen to lead, and he just content to sit on the shoulder of the Portuguese athlete. Happy to take up the lead. Apologies, he's not Portuguese, is he? That's why I can't find him on my start list.
Hungarian.
Hungarian.
There
Just saw the green and panicked. Sugi of Hungary, indoor national record holder, pushes himself into 4th, thank you very much. Phil helping me out. And there's a close-up of Matt Stonia as well, positioning himself on the outside. A lot of big kickers in this race. Neil Gorley used a great kick in the Commonwealth Games to make that final. Matt Stonia has won many a race with a big sprint finish. Just seen the Spanish sprint finish being shown off by Gonzalez Garcia and Ignacio Fontes. Mario Garcia sitting in third place will be keen to use a similar tactic. Habs of France made the semi-final at the Olympic Games. Didn't go over to the World Championships. Perhaps fancying his chances against a continental field rather than a global field. But Sugi of Hungary content to keep leading. They're going faster than Jake Hayward in that first heat. So Istvan Sugi might fancy his chances of being a non-automatic qualifier.
Yes, quite considerably faster, about 3 seconds faster. The previous heat going through 700 metres in 1:46.72. That was about 1:43, and they're really cranking up the pace. So this is going to be a really, really tough race. Garcia positioning himself very well indeed, perhaps the best of the 3 Spaniards, and we've just seen, as Hannah was saying, both his namesake Gonzalo Garcia and also Ignacio Fontes going through. Well positioned at the moment, Neil Gorley. Gorley, I know he feels he's got something to prove after not making the final in Eugene, admittedly in the wake of COVID, and not perhaps getting on the podium in Birmingham. And they're really bunched though now as they're coming round into the home straight. Just under 500 metres to go now. Well, at the bell it was 2:43.97. It's just about even. That was a slow third lap there.
And this is just male European 1500 metre running on display as it was in the first heat. I love it. Everybody thinks they've got the best kick, but who really is going to have the best kick? Matt Stonia has a brilliant finish on him on his day. Mario Garcia took a brilliant second at the NCAA Championships and then converted that into 4th at the World Championships. He's in the lead at the moment for Spain. Rosmus has got a dangerous finish on him in his day. The pole sneaking through on the inside, very Marcin Lewandowski from Michael Rosmus of Poland, and he's stolen a march on the rest of the field. Rosmus at the moment looking full of running with 100 metres to go. To remind you, 4 automatically qualify into Thursday evening's final. We will take a further 4 on time, but at the moment Michael Rosmus has left himself with nothing to worry about. Neil Gorley closing hard. Could he get himself in the top 4 or maybe even higher? Great finish from the Italian as well, Petro Arisi. 3:37.37. It's a faster winning time for Rosmus, but there were gaps behind him. It could come down to the wire for those non-automatic qualifying times, looking around about the 3:40 mark if you want to qualify non-automatically. Neil Gorley, similar fashion to the Commonwealth Games, left it very late, but the Scottish athlete came through strongly, and Mario Garcia got himself out of trouble at the bell with a big move and maybe eased down, maybe knew he was going to be in that top 4. But Michael Rosmus looked full of running.
Yes, Rosmus looked very, very impressive indeed. Good finish from Arisi, and just in case you're wondering, no relation to the Italian by the same name who won this title in the 70s. Garcia. Gorley having a lot of work to do to get through. Arisi, we've seen him a few times on the international circuit. He does have a very, very quick finish. That race, well, it ebbed and flowed. It was a very quick first 700 metres. 3 seconds quicker than the first race, and then they just sat back on that third lap, teed it all up for a super quick last 200 metres, and that's sort of how it unravelled. Mario Garcia, I think Garcia just looks a little bit tired. Of course, he's got plenty of time to recover by the final, but at this level of racing, he looked as though he might just have left his best in Eugene. No doubting at all that there's lots of life, lots of running in Rosmus of Poland. He really, really did look very, very impressive. Arisi came round, coming into the home straight, and from about 50 metres out was just looking over both shoulders, just checking where everybody was, knew that there was 4 to qualify, let Rosmus go, let Rosmus do his own thing, and Arisi just looking around all the time as Garcia and Gorley get places 3 and 4.
I'm really excited by that for Michael Rosmus. He's a great racer, and I love seeing those tactics. When he gets given an inch, he takes a mile. He snuck through on the inside and just blew that field apart. So on his day, he is so capable of picking up a medal. I referenced Marcin Lewandowski and, of course, Adam Kashot, so good with their tactics. And Michael Rosmus doing very well. So there is a provisional graphic on the side of our screen that does add Estonia, Habs, Koskinen and Jake Hayward as the non-automatic qualifiers. We'll give that a second to calm down to make sure that's official. But we have got 3 Spaniards in the final. That's super exciting. We got confirmation of the non-automatic qualifiers there. Great Britain and Northern Ireland's Matt Estonia, Azzedine Hebaz and Jake Hayward. And the 4th one there, just Andrew Koskinen of Ireland. So that's shaping up to be a brilliant final. Could we see a repeat of the Spanish clean sweep from Barcelona? That would be sick, because they all looked absolutely fantastic. Oh, I'm forgetting about one Jakob Ingebrigtsen, aren't I? Or another clean sweep. We're
getting very excited. I forgot that Whiteman's actually running the 800 metres at the start of this event. You can forget about Jakob Ingebrigtsen. I think if I've got to actually put money on it, I'm going to go 1, 2, 3. I think it's going to be Ingebrigtsen, Rosmes, and I'll tell you what, I think Arasi could get up there.
Oh, no, I'm going for Mario Garcia there for the 3rd spot, backing up his 4th from the World Championships.
I think he looks a little tired.
Are we going to keep track of all our predictions, and then we can properly berate each other when we get it wrong?
Yeah, we're only going to do it on the every occasional event, but I think the men's 1500 metres deserves a punt.
But I do wonder, when you look at Jakob Ingebrigtsen getting defeated at the World Championships, how inspirational is that to other athletes? And they kind of say he isn't infallible. If he gets his tactics wrong, he is beatable. And Jake Whiteman's an athlete that many of those men will have beaten on the circuit over the years, so maybe they could begin to dream.
I think it works both ways. You're absolutely right. It opens the door to all the other athletes, but we've seen Jakob Ingebrigtsen turn the clock back to 2019. You know, I think it also acts as a bit of a kick up the backside to him.
I think you're right, and I think he let the final in Eugene perhaps go slow and open the door up. Did the kind of lead that doesn't really do any damage to anyone else, much like we saw the Hungarian and Jake Hayward do in those rounds. So, hey, let's see how the races unfold, because that's the beauty of sport.
And dare I say it, before Alex jumps in on the men's shot put final, I have a feeling Jakob Ingebrigtsen, even though he would deny it, was mentally just a little bit complacent, because he's done so much, so well, for so often on the International Diamond League circuit. And
then he jumped back and won the 5,000 metres, so it certainly woke him up, and he knows he's got a tough double on his hands here at the European Championships with the 15 and the 5K. But it's time to turn our attention back to the heavy throws. There's a couple of brilliant shot put finals getting themselves warmed up down there on the infield.
Yes, the men's shot putters will be out very shortly, and we've got the women's shot putters just about to get underway. We were looking at the women's shot putters a little while ago as they were coming out. We've also seen the men almost running simultaneously. The men's shot putters get underway at 20:58. Not 20:57, not 20:59, it's 20:58. Why couldn't it be just 9 o'clock? Wouldn't that make life simpler?
2 minutes to get them in position.
Yeah, I suppose you need a bit of time to get these big lads in position. Yeah. So here it is. The decibels rise. The music starts thundering around the Olympic Stadium. And it's the first final of this evening on the very first night of athletics here in Munich at the European Athletics Championships. It's the women's shot put. Well, over the years, there's been a huge and illustrious list of champions in this particular event. We can turn the clock back. Well, you know, back in the 1970s, it was dominated by the famous Russian Nadasha Chiskova. We end up in the 90s. Astrid Kumbanus is a name that will be resonating around many, many people's minds when they think about the European Championships. Here we are, 2022. This has to be the favourite, Oriol Dongma. She dominated proceedings in qualifying this morning. The Spanish record holder, Maria Tomé. One of two very good Swedes in this final. This is Axelina Johansson, and followed in very short order by her compatriot, Fanny Roos. Here we have Julia Ritter coming out. And here's Sophie McKenna, 12th in qualifying, but she has changed her technique very radically. She's gone from the glide technique to the rotational technique. Here's Katharina Maisch of Germany, second in qualifying this morning. And Fanny Roos. We're looking at Axelina Johansson a little bit earlier, even though we had the caption for Fanny Roos. Well, after looking at Jorida van Clinton, this is Sara Gambetta. So 3 Germans in this final. This is Schilder of the Netherlands, the bronze medalist from Eugene. Perhaps a surprise bronze medalist. Jessica Inchude, not one of the stronger competitors, but training partner of Oriol Dongma. You can see there's the 12 women milling around. Women's shot put final taking place at the far end of the stadium as we look at it from the main stand over by the steeplechase pit. So it will be Inchude to get things underway. Waiting for the result of Inchude. Not looking too emotional about it. Inchude, who has a personal best of 18:21. 17:24 for the second-string Portuguese thrower in this competition. Now, Jade Van Clinton, 18.62 in qualifying this morning.
Jade Van Clinton looking a bit shell-shocked. She's had such a busy day. She did make that discus final for tomorrow night, and perhaps a stronger event on paper, but only sort of non-automatically. She couldn't hit the automatic qualifying mark. So perhaps the sort of cumulative fatigue of the season getting to Jade Van Clinton. Let's hope she proves me wrong as this final develops. It'll be brilliant to see the young Dutch athlete get the full 8 throws. And her teammate, Schilder. Got to be sure we'll see her in 8 throws, maybe all the way into those medals.
Well, Schilder wearing the blue bib from the European leader and just sends her implement straight over 19 meters. That's really thrown down the gauntlet very quickly. Schilder extended her Dutch record earlier this year in Horzo. I say earlier this year, in fact earlier this month. 1984 to Schilder, and she's in obviously great form. 1947 for Schilder.
So I think we're having a replay here, a look at Osama Meslek of Italy that has been disqualified, and you can see really big move from the Italian to try and get himself out of this box. There wasn't really a gap to go through there, and then he cuts across Luke McCann of Ireland. See what the athlete from Belgium thought about that as well. A big shove in the back from Debiani.
Nevertheless, it doesn't affect the qualifiers for the final unless somebody's been put forward because they're impeded, and it doesn't look like that is the case.
I mean, Luke McCann of Ireland was quite heavily impeded. I do wonder if we could see an extra man in that final. We'll see. We'll have to wait and see, because it didn't affect some of the other athletes, but unfortunate news there for Italy's Osama Meslek.
So back to triple jump qualification. The 2 Italians have done well so far. Ihemeje and Dalla Valle leading those standings. This is at Pont-Vian, France. So another jump right close to 17 meters from Jean-Marc Pont-Vian. Valid attempts. 16.96 coming up as, so 1 centimetre over that automatic qualification mark. As you can see here in this second round. Pedro Pichado, 16.89 so far, but you just know that he can quite comfortably go over 17 meters. Let's see what he can do here. So the Portuguese down the runway, just checks his run up slightly, very clean through all 3 phases, and a much, much better jump. So that's well over 17. And looks like we have our 3rd automatic qualifier. So very much expected to make it through. So Pichado looking to win this title for the first time, won 4 years ago by another Portuguese athlete, the great Nelson Ivora.
Auriel Dongmo into the circle for the first time. Dongmo, her eyes turn skyward as darkness descends over Munich. Looking to the heavens. Quite heavily strapped right wrist. Doesn't seem to affect her though. She's having to respond to that 1946 from Schilder that opened her account. That's well over 19 meters. Well, she doesn't look happy with it. It was a fair effort. 19.29. That puts her in silver medal position at the moment. So Maisch, arguably the best of the German trio at the moment. Sandra Gambetta might dispute that. But good effort from Maisch. Just seemed to skip a little bit in the middle. Wasn't the smoothest of efforts. Just goes down, drops down at around 18 meters. 18.01. That moves her up into 4th place. Now Fanny Roos. Had a number of European medals to her name, especially indoors. Fanny Roos. That's a nice effort from Roos. That, I think, takes her up into 3rd place. Not over 19 meters, but well over 18. Still early stages in this competition, though. A few more women to go in this first round. 18.35, so a good start from Fanny Roos as well. Now, Sandra Gambetta, one-time outstanding heptathlete, now, as she has done for a couple of years, concentrating on the shot put. Using the glide technique, sends it very high, but that's an excellent start from Gambetta. Gambetta has a personal best of 19.05, which she got earlier this year. Gambetta getting that meeting back in June. Now it's Ritter. So Gambetta 18.17 there. That moves her up into 4th. Ritter, that's the 3rd string German in this competition. And the Germans all throwing well, it has to be said. Certainly motivated by the home crowd behind them. She likes that as a valid put, as you can see with the green sign coming up. Ritter. I think she knew that was a good one as soon as it left her shoulder. 18.29 for Ritter. That's not very far from her personal best.
It's been a good heavy throws afternoon so far. We look back to Christian Pudance in the women's discus throw, hitting that automatic qualifying time. Another couple of teammates from Group A as well, Claudine Witter and Shanice Kraft. So perhaps inspiring their German teammates over in this women's shot put final.
So this is Bezede from Moldova, one of a small Moldovan team. Lackluster. Didn't really ever quite get behind it. Shot just left her neck very slightly. There's a best of 18.83. That's well over a metre behind. That closer to 2 meters. 16.96 for the Moldovan. 16.98, I should say. So quickly we get on to round 2 with Jessica Inchide. 17.24 to start with. Best a little bit earlier this year, 18.21. It's not going to be an improvement for the Portuguese thrower. Perhaps the one surprise in the qualifying competition, the departure of the defending champion, Pauline Guber of Poland. She didn't make it through to the final. And Chude deciding to take a deliberate foul there. Bit of consolation from Tamil. So now Van Clinton, Sharida Van Clinton, and I was saying, having a very busy day. Oh, that's a good throw put from Van Clinton, bang on the 19-meter mark. Oh, it's much better effort. I think that moves her up into third place, behind her teammate Schilder and Oriol Dongmo from Portugal.
I love the celebration there. Van Klinken always celebrating and then go, oh, no, sorry, I'm in a final, I need to calm down. Got another 4 throws to do. No, she punches the air again.
18.94, yes, just very slightly shy of a personal best of 19.08. Van Clinton has had a very long year as well in the European collegiate ranks. Also competed indoor. Now the event leader, Jessica Schilder. Can she turn bronze on the world stage in Oregon to gold here? And that is a superb effort from Schilder. Well, Schilder, 1984. Barely a week ago in Horzo, in the Diamond League meeting there in Poland, and she loves it. That is a big effort. Let's just wait for confirmation. 2024 extends her European lead.
World champion Chase Ely leading the cheerleading alongside her coach Paul Thompson. Jessica Schilder, brilliant bronze medal behind Chase Ely at the World Championships, but that's a breakthrough, soars miles over 20 metres, the very first time she's ever surpassed that barrier, and she does so by a good 24 centimetres.
Right, back in the circle now. The competition continues. Axelina Johansson, 18.04 in the first round. Well, she'd just seen Schilder go over 20 metres for the first time. What can the Swede do? She's not really perhaps one of the medal contenders, but just looking to get an improvement perhaps on her personal best. 18.57. That drops down, bangs down at the 17-metre mark. 17.42, so no improvement for Johansson. Agonised look on her face. She's looking as though that was an almost painful effort. Sophie McKenna, 16.29 in the first round, 17.33 in qualifying. She's moved from the glide technique to the rotational effort. Bit of transition. McKenna. Well, when she was using the rotational technique, near to 19 metres with a best of 18.82. Oof. Didn't quite nail it. 15.63. But she's really investing in the future. Some discussions there. And while the women's shot put goes on, the men now come out to take centre stage themselves.
That's right, so this final getting underway in a few minutes' time, and the athletes once again get the opportunity to be introduced with this LED show. Starting off with Toda of Romania, Andrei Toda, who was 6th in 2018. 21.29 at best. Six Romanian titles as well. It's become coat weather. I mentioned it was 27 degrees when we started, a few degrees colder now. This is Marcus Thompson, so he was the European under-20 champion 5 years ago, 21.09 at best. And then Leonardo Fabri, 21.99 his PB. Actually held the Italian national indoor record until Zane Weir went further at the World Indoor Championships earlier this year. There's a long-standing record before that held by Alessandro Andre, 1984 Olympic champion. Here is Scott Lincoln. So, yeah, sharing a coach with Chase Lally world champion, and Sophie McKenna now as well, who's joined that group this year. Lincoln, who considered giving up the sport until his coach Paul convinced him to stay in it. Digger driver by trade, and he's a very down-to-earth guy. Absolutely loves what he does. It was really emotional for him to get the Olympic standard last year. Simon Bayer gets a good shout there from the crowd. New best this year in June of 2041. Oh, a little wink to the camera there. Head down and focused. So, this man, Asmir Kalesanac, won the European indoor title back in 2013. Three-time European medalist indoors and out, best of 21.58. So Helsinki 2012, he was the bronze medalist outdoors. The other being 2015 European indoor silver. Well, Nick Boncio certainly lapping up the crowd. He had a great battle with Zane Weir, his teammate at the European Team Championships, but look at this, really feeding off the energy as we're saying, and hopefully it will bode well for the competition. 21.83 he's improved to this year. So we in fact have all three medalists from the European indoors in Torun in Poland last year, and Filip Mihailovic of Croatia won the bronze there. 21.94 at best. He's 10 centimetres off that in 2022. So, two Serbians in the final. And this is Armin Sinančević. .21.88 at best. 21.82 season's best. That means he was the best qualifier earlier on as part of this morning's opening session of these championships, of course. And then Michal Haratic, the defending champion, who was unfortunate to miss out on the world final. And he was second at the European indoors in Torun. The champion there was Thomas Stanek, and he's the best ranked overall if you go by season's best this year with 21.94. The Czech athlete. So Konrad Bukowiecki, the last to come out. He was the silver medalist in Berlin 4 years ago, and he actually missed out on the world final by virtue of his second best effort. Incredibly cruel stuff, but we often see fine margins. 22.25 at best, 21.91. Well, Phil was saying that close to 22 metres might be needed for a medal. Let's see about that, but it should be pretty competitive. Looks like specially made shirts for our Polish supporters there in the stands of all ages. So this men's shot put final soon to get underway, with the women's pretty much in full swing. Well, nice for the athletes to get their moment to be introduced to the crowd, because sometimes we don't always catch every single one of the 6 rounds, but to make sure the athletes just at least get that bit of attention to get going, I'm sure it psychs them up as well.
Well, I think Nick Ponzio would probably grab the attention of anybody, you know. Probably one of the more effervescent characters on the international athletic scene. A few more laid-back characters in there.
So we'll start this throwing order with Armin Sinančević. You can see 19 metres and 21 metres marked in the sector. And it's out right on the latter one of those. So Sinančević, yeah, big season best in qualification. 21.82, as I mentioned, previously was 21.29. his compatriot there, but his Serbian jacket approves. 21.07. So a nice start there over 21 metres.
Well, this is Oriol Dongmo. Second round. How does she respond to watching Jessica Schilder go over 20 metres? 2024 European lead for the Dutch woman. Oh, that's a good effort from Dongmo. Once again, impassive looking. She doesn't look impressed, but even sitting behind Dongmo from that position, you could see that that was an excellent effort. And now looking at it head on, looking at it drop, that's over 19 metres and by quite some distance. 1982 for Oriol Dongmo. Well, she's still going to get in there and battle hard against Jessica Schilder. This is some terrific women's shot putting between these two titans of European women's shot putting.
So here we see the results of the qualifying round for the men's triple jump. 16.07 was needed to make it through, so best part of a metre back from 16.95, and as many as 4 athletes with no mark.
And 2 of those included Alexis Copello of Azerbaijan and Neketier, both 17-metre plus men on their day, without a doubt. That's a slight surprise seeing the departure of those 2 men.
Perkovic, now he was disappointed to depart after qualifying in Eugene. I do wonder whether the fact that the wind has picked up in the last hour made any difference in the triple jump. Have a look at that in a moment, but it's generally been a crosswind coming down the home straight in the last few moments. Anyway, Perkovic 20.56. And then this is Toda of Romania. A change strip for them this year with predominantly navy. So Toda 21.07 so far this year. You can see closer to that 19 mark there. Yeah, and that, in fact, an invalid attempt, I think we call it these days.
Jarida Van Clinton. 17.03 in the first round, 18.94. We're now in round 3 for the Dutch woman. Can she get over 19 metres? She's lying in the bronze medal spot at the moment with that 18.94, and pretty clearly so. Needs to improve by almost a metre to overtake Oriol Dongmo, but she's a good 40-odd centimetres ahead of her nearest rival, Sara Gambetta, for bronze. 16.99. Rai smile and a little bit of a laugh there, just lost control of it. Now, Jessica Schilder. Dutch record and European lead in the last round, 2021. Oh, that's quick across the circle again. Not quite as far, but another good effort over 19 metres. Probably the release was just a little bit too high. But she really nails that rotational technique. She's quick and very athletic. 19.18 for Schilder. She's still quite comfortably in the gold medal position at the moment.
Yeah, new European lead, although she was already the European leader prior to this, with 1984. Okay, Poncio, what have you got? You can see their new lifetime best in 2022, 21.83. So 21.07 remains the best thus far. That one goes out and off to the left. I think that could well be a foul as well. So Ponzio, one of 2 Italians in this, alongside his teammate Leonardo Fabri. Fabri, who hasn't got a measurement in the first round, and neither will Ponzio. Although he's a little bit disappointed with that, because it looked very close, didn't it?
It did. I think it... Obviously, the judges have the final say in it, but it was a very marginal foul. I couldn't quite see with the naked eye what was going on there, but the judges have a much clearer view. As you can see, sitting a little more than a metre away from the putters. Looking very carefully at the feet.
Indeed, so Haratic, who won this title in Berlin 4 years ago, and seems to love European competition. Well, that'll be competitive based on what we've seen so far. Here's Timo Bukowiecki on 20.56. So 20.39, that slops Haratic into 3rd place at this point. And we have 4 left to go in this opening round. Filip Mihaljevic of Croatia next. So bronze medalist at the European Indoors last year. And almost déjà vu from a moment ago. So Mihaljevic with what looked to be a valid attempt, 20.37. So just 2 centimetres off the previous effort by Haratic.
So now Oriel Dongmo, 3rd attempt. She's improved her own national record in the last round to 19.82. Can she get over 20 metres for the first time in her life? Can she challenge Jessica Schilder? Has gone out to 20.24. Doesn't look like it's going to be good enough. It's over 19 metres, or maybe a centimetre or 2 just under, but it's certainly not an improvement on her previous round and lifetime best of 19.82. 19.01 for Dongmo, but still very securely in 2nd place. But she'd really want to get a bit closer to Jessica Schilder and challenge for that gold.
Over to Tomáš Staněk of the Czech Republic now. So, one of the athletes who has gone over 22 metres in the past. But it's almost like the shot has a magnet to falling just short of 21 at this point. And it remains 21.07 Sinan Cevic, Bukowiecki 20.56. Well, I tell you what, Ponzio we saw initially given as a red flag, but it's now come up as a valid attempt on screen of 20.55. So that is interesting. But Staněk has now been given red next to his name in this first round. So certainly have to keep your eyes peeled on this. Marcus Thompson, 12th in the throwing order. And then, of course, after 3 rounds, it'll be the top 8 in reverse order, 8th to 1st. Here's the Norwegian Agile, then through the circle. But not his best throw. 2089 this year, 20 centimetres off his lifetime best. .1936 there for Marcus Thompson.
Julia Ritter now in the third round. 18.29 with her first effort. She's very pleased with that. Not far short of a lifetime best. Oh, that's an excellent effort from Ritter. She's having a great competition. That might well move her up a couple of places. That looks well over 18 metres. Nicely done from the German. At the moment, her teammate Sara Gambetta is in 4th place. And behind her, somewhat surprisingly, Catherine Maisch. So Julia Ritter, 18.07, no improvement.
Okay, so the final event of the day, of course, in the decathlon. And got underway this morning's session, as always, with the 100 metres. Let's take a look at this lineup first of all for heat number 1 of 3. Weibo of Estonia, 50.18 at best. People always joke that it'd be great if his wife could run the 400 for him, Shawnee. But yeah, just not possible, I'm afraid. Nilsson of Sweden on his inside. 49.54 at best, but hasn't broken 50 seconds this year. Røe of Norway, 49 seconds his PB. So over to Pavel Wieselek, who stands in 4th overall at this point. An excellent 15.11 in the shot put. His PB of 48.24 is worth 898 points. Adam Sebastian Helselet has been pretty consistent so far. He's in 6th overall. Again, a great shot put this time, 15.30. 48.66 his PB. Niels Pittenvils, well, after the 100 metres he was 18th, and since then he's moved up positions with every event. Carol Tilger then on the inside. He's 1 place below Pittenvils in 12th, the US collegiate champion. 4th best in the shot put, perhaps his stand-out event so far, 49.10, his personal best. So a fair old range here between 48.24 and 50.18, those PBs I read out. How's this one going to unfold on the track with the lights now beaming down onto it and a dark sky here in Munich? And pretty much silence inside the Olympiastadion. So now underway with Martin Røe going well, and Nilsson pushing towards Weibo on the outside. Carol Tilger now pushing down the back straight. So these men, of course, will pick up again tomorrow with the hurdles. Won't be thinking about that right now, as Wieselek hopes to continue his campaign for a medal. He'll try and come through and take this one, with Nilsson closest to him, looking for that good final gear down the home straight, really battling, and Nilsson actually will take it. 49.79 coming up for the Swede Marcus Nilsson. So decent season's best there for the Swede. Helselet absolutely exhausted there, laying down on the track. But that's a decent handful of points for Nilsson, getting him closer overall to the likes of Weibo, particularly in this heat.
Well, Nielsen lined 13th overall, but had a very good shot put. He was the best man in the shot put, just overhauling Wieselek on the line. That'll certainly take him up a few places. Of course, though, 2 more heats to come, and much faster men as well. Good effort, though, from Marcus Nielsen. He's happy, that's for sure. So 49.77 for Marcus Nielsen, just a fraction off his personal best of 49.54.
Yes, it does at least, I can tell you, move him above Niels Pittenvils, who was 1 place ahead coming in and was also in that race.
So that's the start of the women's 10,000 metres, getting themselves lined up, warmed up. Alina Ray of Germany, keen to repeat her medal-winning performance in Berlin 2018. Eilish Schmidt-Holgen having a phenomenal summer. Well, there was that blip in Eugene. She picked up a hamstring niggle before that, and underperformed by her lofty standards, made up for it at the Commonwealth Games. Jessica Judd of Great Britain is having a great summer. Lorna Salpeter and Yasmin Chan, Turkey and Israel, just sharing a warm-up here and a nice chat. It's pretty cool, lovely evening now here in Munich. I've got to say, it's a little bit breezy out there. You'd think the track would be sheltered enough that it's not, but it's certainly not ideal in terms of that breeze outside the arena.
So Axelina Johansson now. We've had the shakeout. We're now into the final 8, and this is the 4th round. Johansson lying in 7th place in the moment with that opener of 18.04. That's there or thereabouts. So we've lost Inchude of Portugal, Tomil of Spain, Bazade of Moldova, and McKenna of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. 17.37. That's a little bit shy of what I thought, just looking at where it was dropping. So she remains in 7th place at the moment. Now Julia Ritter having a good competition, the German. Again, her best so far, her opener, 18.29, but she's had 2 other attempts at 18 or better, so very consistent. Don't think she was quite as happy as that. We've seen her smiling and dancing a little bit. Don't think her coach is desperately impressed either. Probably no improvement then. He's still bisecting the 17-metre and 19-metre lines. 18.14, well, it's a second best effort, as you can see there. Only 29 centimetres between her best and her worst. As we get back on the track now with the second heat of the 400 metres in the decathlon. Well, there's Fredrik Samuelsson. Only 5 men in this heat. A few withdrawals along the way. There's Sander Skoltheim, 2nd overall at the moment after that very, very good high jump of 2.11. Go time 48.67 at best, which he did earlier this year. Here's Arthur Abelais. He's the fastest man in the field, the only man to go under 48 seconds, but perhaps his best days are behind him. Well, he's getting massive cheers as the defending champion. 36 years of age, just turned 36 a couple of weeks ago, and this, he says, will be his very last decathlon. Jannik Oglana. Hello, Ghana. Best just outside 49 seconds. Oglana in 5th place overall ahead of this event. Fredrik Samuelsson. Samuelsson on the inside, another man who's run under 50 seconds, both in his lifetime and his best. That's a best of 48.99. So we're probably looking at Sko time Only man to have run under 49 seconds in this field this year. You can see 3 DNSs, including the world record holder Kevin Mayer, who had that twinge in the 100 metres and has decided not to continue. So the men spread out. Samuelson, Oglana, Abele and Skotime on the outside. I don't see Tim Novak out there, so he's withdrawn as well. Novak was supposed to be in lane 3. Well, it's Skotime really pouring it on, putting all his effort. He's driving hard. Oglana clawing back the advantage. Oglana also having a run and then going through the gears over the final 50 metres, really finding that extra bit of energy. Well, without a doubt, that's a personal best by a very big margin for Sander Skotime. That's the last 400 metres Arthur Eberle will ever run in a decathlon, and I think he might be quite pleased about that. Just wait for confirmation though. 48.27. Well, that is a big personal best for Sander Skotime. 4/10 off his previous best, and the Norwegians are happy.
Yeah, same margin of the lifetime best for Oglana as well, who looked like he was really dying coming down the home straight. Both of them absolutely exhausted here. So Skotime and Oglana, look at that, gritting the teeth, pumping those arms hard towards that finish.
Well, I thought as they came into the home straight, Skotime was unravelling and it was Oglana who was going to take the win. But no, about 50 metres from the line, suddenly Skotime came through, really found another gear. He's really motivated for these championships.
Yeah, another one who's got to maximise his good events if he's to try and get a medal. The sprint hurdles will be another great event for him, in which he's won Norwegian titles in the past. Okay, so Nick Poncio in the shot put final, so both of these finals happening simultaneously. Poncio initially in 3rd and then pushed down, and another valid attempt. So closer to 21 metres this time. There's been no change in leader though. Armin Senancevic, 21.07, remains in that top spot.
Particularly delighted that Nick Poncio has chosen to wear his stud socks. They are my favourite socks that he competes in. He's kind of curtailed by the Italian uniform at major championships, but if you watch him on the circuit, it can be quite incredible. But Nick Poncio, great throw there in the second round, but wonderful to see him sneak into the medal positions.
Yes, so 20.96 for him. This is Filip Mihaljevic. Now that is a little further, so could we see another athlete go over 21? And are we going to get a new leader? So the Croatians, who've seen Sandra Perkovic go through comfortably to the discus final, but now a chance to win a medal. Following up what happened in the women's marathon, of course, it was a great finish. Right, 2 centimetres separates the top 2. And this is where it starts to get really exciting. Tomasz Staniak. Nothing so far for a European indoor champion from Torun. Can he replicate that outdoors? Oh, maybe he can. So 21.05, 21.07, and Staniak may be about to move up here. Gave it everything as the shot bounced back up again once hitting the ground. Great presence in the circle for Staniak. also 21.05. So Mihaljevic will be in front because he's had 2 valid efforts so far. I think we might see a few changes in those medal positions. Sinan Cevic, you feel like they're coming after him, and he might have just responded. So a bit of breathing space maybe from the proverbial chasing pack. Well, when you're best overall in qualification, you always want to try and replicate that in the final. Often it doesn't happen. But look at that, 21.24, so he has moved further in front. That lead now 19 centimetres. Over to heat number 3. Well, if the men's shot put final is getting exciting, then just wait for this. The 3rd heat, of course, and final of the decathlon to end these guys' action for the day. Kai Kazmarek on the outside, so in 10th overall. The man who's 4th at the Rio Olympic Games, the London 2017 World Championships bronze medalist. Listen to that reaction. Kazmarek likes to go out quick on the outside. Talking of quick, watch for the 2 Dutchmen in the bright orange vests. Great in the 100, it'll be the same surely here. Rick Tam, 9th overall. Simon Ahema, a championship best performance at these Europeans in the long jump to start off, following a 10.56 100 metres. Give him a nice healthy lead. Dario Desta, well, he also had a good combination of those first 2 events, 10.81 and 7.46. 3rd overall in each of those, and he remains in 3rd spot after the 4 events we've had so far. Baptiste Thierry of France, improving this year to 47.46. Close to those Dutchmen who are on 47.2. And Nicky Kaul, the world champion from Doha, with that incredible javelin, over 79 metres. He has a PB of 48.39. And then Sven Ruussen, so 47.27, that would be worth 945 points. So this is going to be a really competitive 400 metres, and you saw how Oglani and Schottheim were left exhausted on the track. And just because there's a second day of action to come for these decathletes doesn't mean they won't give everything in this heat. So Ruussen, Kaul, Thierry, Desta, Ihama, Tam and Kazmarek. So our leader in the red, the fastest 2 Dutchmen, and Kazmarek, who likes to go out hard in lane 8, but Tam already chasing him down. And then Ruussen right on the inside in lane 1. So Ihama, more difficult in this sort of situation, but he will try to just focus on his own performance. The Dutchmen are fairly well down in the overall standings, and he'll try and just use them to push himself to get closer, and even maybe try and come through and win this one. Look at this from Simon Ihama. The tiring Rick Tam is overtaken. Fantastic stuff. 47.3 for Ihama. So I make that just outside his lifetime best.
Yes, it's been adjusted to 47.40, but nevertheless, an outstanding run from Simon Ihama. That will maintain his position in 1st place at the end of the first day, as it has been since the first event. So he's gone through the 100 metres, the long jump, the shot put, the high jump, and now the 400 metres in 1st place. Well, I just wonder if the computer predictions will change a little bit, because, of course, you know, midway through today, they were suggesting he might only finish at 4th. Nevertheless, just look at this, really, really gritting his teeth. He's got Rick Tam on his outside, almost acting as the pacemaker around the last bend, and then down the home straight, pushing really hard. Sven Rusten on the inside. He wasn't going to have much of an effect on Ehammer. Good run as well from Baptiste Thierry. And Baptiste Thierry is another man who's a very, very good pole vaulter. Perhaps not going to get up into contention for the medals, but he's having another good day as well. Dario Desta just a little way back, but he's still very much in medal contention, Desta the Italian.
Yeah, and Desta 47.90 that time coming up, so half a second behind Ehammer, but that moves him in front of Skottheim overall, despite the Norwegian's lifetime best, actually. So as we see there, Ehammer best so far this year from Tam. I'm sure that will jump him up a few places in the overall standings, up to 6th, in fact.
There we have it, the men's decathlon results. They're the combined standings. Simon Ehammer, 47.40, confirmed as the fastest man from those 3 heats. And at the end of the first day, 5 events down, another 5 to go. Gosh, that was a bit quick. I'll tell you what, look on www.european-athletics.com for all the results and live action.
Yeah, just caught sight that lead was 337 points. So men's shot put final with Michal Jevic. Let's take a look as we are in this 3rd round. So looking to improve through the series, and the first 3 rounds so far. Let's wait and see what this measurement is. 21.27. So 3 centimeters between the top 2.
So now in the last round, Axelina Johansson hasn't improved from her 18.04 in the first round, lying in 7th place at the moment. No improvement for Axelina Johansson. Nevertheless, good competition from the Swede. Her compatriot, Fanny Roos, still to come. So confirmed. We've had to improve a little bit to overtake Julia Ritter. So Julia Ritter, like Johansson, her best effort coming in the first round, 18.29. Just look at that series for consistency. Worst effort, 18 meters. Oh, I think that might be a personal best for Ritter. Let's just wait and see what the measurers say. That was a good effort from Ritter. Personal best of 18.60, so she's been close to it with a lot of her attempts. No, 18.16. I thought it was a little bit better, but nevertheless, good consistent series from Julia Ritter. Now, Fanny Roos. A little bit below her own expectations, I think. I think she was hoping to get closer to the 19-meter mark. Slight sigh of resignation there from the #1 Swede. A lot of the throws coming in the first round. A lot of the best efforts. Johansson and Ritter before her. Also Fanny Roos. Oh, that's an improvement. 18.55. That takes her up 1 place. She leapfrogs Sara Gambetta, who will be the next into the circle. There's Gambetta, just been pushed down to 5th. No improvement for Gambetta, so she'll have to settle for 5th in this competition. Best of the 3 Germans in this final, finishing 5th, 6th and 8th. So Gambetta finishes with 17.61. Little display of frustration. I think she feels that she could have done a bit better, perhaps challenged a bit more effectively for the bronze medal. Now, this is the woman who is in bronze medal position, Jade van Klinken. No improvement for her, but she's got a place on the podium. 3rd place in this high-quality shot put competition for Jade van Klinken. She can challenge again for another medal in the discus final. She qualified from that earlier this evening. So 18.20 for van Klinken. Little dance of delight from the Dutch woman. Good day's work for van Klinken. Now, Oriol Dongmo. She improved her Portuguese national record in the 2nd round to 1982. Has got to go over 20 meters for the first time in her life to get the gold. Oh, she has! Well, that looked very good indeed. Once again, impassive response, but I think that is very close to the 20-meter mark. Well, Schilder doesn't look fazed by it at all. Maybe it isn't quite 20 meters, but it's still an outstanding effort from Dongmo. Just wonder what it would take to get a smile out of Dongmo in the competition. Shared it. Oh, 19.52. Not quite as good as her 2nd round effort, but she secured the silver medal. I really did think that had gone over 20 meters. Didn't think he was going to challenge this woman, no. Well, she knows she's got the gold medal. Bronze in Eugene, gold in Munich. Over 19 meters, it's not going to be an improvement. But hit her national record of 20.24 in the 2nd round. And the Dutch celebrations amongst the coaching staff. 2 Dutch women on the podium. Jade van Klinken takes the bronze, but Jessica Schilder, she's going to have gold hung around her head just a little bit later on this evening. Congratulations indeed from all the women and the technical staff. Good camaraderie between the women shot putters. Big hugs all round.
Talk about the journey that athletes go through, and Jessica Schilder didn't even qualify for the Olympic final, and then she went bronze at the World Indoor Championships, bronze at the World Outdoor Championships, and now gold at the European Championships. You can let, a subpar year get you down, or you can let it motivate you, and Jessica Schilder of the Netherlands at 23 years old has picked up a medal every major championship that she's gone to, every major championship there's been for her in 2022.
Yes, if I was a shot put coach, I'd be writing off to the 2 men that we saw there, who were obviously guiding her and finding out what she did last winter, because it's obviously been a breakthrough year for her. Last year, of course, yes, disappointment in Tokyo. Maybe she could have had ambitions of getting into the final, but very much a developing athlete as well. She was still in the under-23 ranks. Now she's moved into the clear-cut senior ranks, and I think there's a lot more to come from her as well. It's been a long time since we've had a 21-meter shot putter in Europe. Schilder, well, with that European lead of 2024, looks as though, I think, given another year's technical work and strength training, she could be getting close to that 21-meter mark. There's the full results. But we've still got the men's shot put going on. that was going on alongside the women. And in just 4 minutes' time, the gun goes on the women's 10,000 metres.
So, third round for Tomáš Staněk of the Czech Republic. Previously we had 3 men separated by 2 centimetres, and Staněk, that's further over 21 metres. So what is this measurement? Valid attempt, that's what we want to see. Mihaljevic, our leader. Look at that, the officials' eyes so focused on the athlete. Staněk delivering like a coiled spring, using that energy into the put. 21-26, so he's back up into second, and now it's 3 men separated by 3 centimetres.
Medalists in the women's shot put sharing a moment. Great to see 2 Dutch athletes on the podium. And Oriel Dongmo backing up her world indoor title with a silver medal here at European level, and she had to throw a national record to do it.
Yes, I think possibly some people would argue that was a weak field in Belgrade, but nevertheless you can only beat the people who you come up against. It's a bit of an old athletics cliche, but remains ever true.
So close in this final. So moving into the 4th round here, live with Staněk. In second, needs 1 centimetre to get to that leading mark of Mihaljevic. And they have the best, they have an equal second best throw, I mean to say, of 21.05. So it would go down to 20.37, Mihaljevic at his first round third best.
I mean, that's the kind of thing you can do if you tried, is it?
Yeah.
match a throw with someone else and then be within 1 centimetre of another throw.
Yes, it's almost like someone's moving a magnet. It was just before 21 metres, and now it's some 20 centimetres
Don't
over.
start conspiracies like that, Alex. There are no underlying magnets in the stadium here.
Absolutely not.
We would have seen some more German medalists, I think, if that was the case.
Yes, Simon Bayer, the only German in this, and he's finished 11th overall. Thompson, Lincoln and Toda also out after 3 rounds. Mihaljevic, our leader, so he likes that, and he could just have made things a little bit more comfortable, like we thought Sinancevic had done previously, only for him to be toppled by the 2 guys that we've just seen of Croatia, Czech Republic. Mihaljevic, let's wait and see. 21.53, so still within reach, but what's that now? 27 centimetres in front.
Got another 2 rounds left to go in that men's shot put final. Can the Croatian hold on to the lead? We saw Sandra Perkovic qualify top of the women's discus. It could be shaping up for a good couple of nights for the Croatian heavy throwers. And almost the other end of the spectrum of athletics, super powerful, explosive, fast-moving shot putters on the infield. And now we move our way to the slow twitch masters. 25 laps of the track for these women. 18 starters. And they could be putting on a great show. Still a few people here in the crowd. It is getting late on in the day. Public holiday here in Munich. Public transport's not readily available, so there might be a few people kind of trying to figure out their way home.
So what are we doing? Are we hitchhiking back?
We're walking. It's a small hour 30 walk home, Phil. We'll be fine, absolutely. But after we've been inspired by these women powering around 25 laps,
absolutely,
I'm sure we'll cope. And Lena Ray, quite rightly, being picked out by the local camera team here. Picked up that great bronze medal in Berlin. Focus on Eilish McColgan as well. She's had a fantastic year, breaking national records and European records on the road. And going slight disappointment in Eugene. She had a few disruptions just before that championship. Saw her and she couldn't believe the bad luck. How could she be in the shape of her life and have the World Championships derailed? And what did she do? Went to the Commonwealth Games, picked up a brilliant gold and silver medal there. Yasmin Lau and Jonkman, two Dutch teammates, giving us a game wave. Sam Harrison, Jessica Judd will be the second and third runners for Great Britain. Jess took a massive lump off her personal best to go fourth in the all-time list, coming 11th place in Eugene. Backed it up with a position in the 5K final and then came down with COVID in between. Bravely battled to fifth place in the 10,000 metres at the Commonwealth Games. Skipped the 5K in Birmingham to focus on this. Constanze Klosterhausen, she's got a bronze world medal over 5,000 metres and she's had a warm reception from the crowd. She had COVID before the World Championships. That really put paid to any kind of return to form for the young German athlete. Let's hope she's back to her very best. Lena Ray picked up her bronze medal in Dublin as well over the cross country to go with her bronze medal from Berlin on the track. Could she pick up another home bronze? Lorna Salpeter, question marks over how recovered the Israeli athlete will be from her World Championship bronze medal in Eugene just 28 days ago. But she is the reigning champion, and Kiddies will do of France and complete the lineup in lane 1. Great to see healthy field there of 18 starters. It's a straight final for the women's 5,000 as well, so I was going to say, it looked like it might have been a false start. Very sure it will be a faulty start.
Now, this raises a question. Is somebody going to get shown a yellow card here?
Let's see Salpeter there just readjusting her footing, and perhaps the starter just not pleased.
No.
That they'd quite given everyone a chance to settle before they fired their gun. That's the rule in the sprints, isn't it? You call everyone to the set position, wait until they're settled and then fire the gun. So they're perhaps not sure that everybody was quite ready. And these things can come down to the hundredths of a second. We've seen many a distance race come down to much finer margins than you'd expect when they've got 25 laps to play with. And they are away okay this time. I can't really see this race going slow. Not with the likes of Eilish McColgan and Sam Harrison. Even Jessica Judd, she doesn't like a sedate pace. Constanze Klosterhausen tossing into third place there as well. But Sam Harrison is no stranger to leading major races. She's led the night of the 10,000s in London. That's a big 10,000 metre festival we have in the UK. But something Sam perhaps doesn't always do particularly well. I mean, her coach, Vince Wilson, discussed this with her at length after the British Championships. She doesn't always lead fast enough. She led the British Championships 5,000 and just sort of left herself there to be shot at, much like we saw Jake Hayward do in his heat in the men's 1500. If you're going to lead, you've got to do something with it. You can't just be a pacemaker and allow everyone else to sit on you and relax.
Men's shot put final going on. Let's bring you up to speed. So, Sinan Cevic in the bronze medal position, 21-24 so far in the third round. Mihaljevic went out to 21-53. Look at that, look at the suspense. Let's wait and see. Valid attempt, the green marker. Just a little out to the left, but I feel like this is going to close down the lead. That's exactly what it does. So up into second place. Staniak is demoted again, but just maybe he can respond.
Just moving through 600 metres. Sam Harrison of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, very content to have the lead at the moment. Eilish McColgan spoke at length after the Olympic Championships last year that she was in a group and she's trying to chop that long loping stride. It takes a lot more energy than leading. She's not leading at the moment, but by sitting on the shoulder on the edge of lane 1, Scotland and Great Britain and Northern Ireland's Eilish McColgan can have a bit of a cleaner run. She can stretch her legs out. Harrison and McColgan at the moment sitting very comfortably in 1-2. This is 2 laps, and we'll start to watch these laps unfold and get an idea of the pace that they're moving at. So pretty sedate through that first 800 metres, around like 75, 76 second pace. I can't see Eilish McColgan hanging around much longer. She did this at the Commonwealth Games. But we've got plenty of time to catch up with them, but this men's shot put is really coming to a head.
21-26 so far for Stanek. So that lead has been cut down to 14 centimetres. And that's not going to be an improvement for Stanek. So Mihaljevic, Sinancevic, and then this Czech in that order as things stand. And those are the 3 athletes who are all over 21 metres. And Nick Poncio is on 20.98. There he is. As the 10,000 metre women go past. An attack then in 5th place. Bukoviecki, Fabry and Kolasinac, those still in. So Mihaljevic, be great if he can now react and extend that lead again, but won't with that effort. But still, he has had 5 valid attempts thus far, and poorest of 20.37, 4 of them over 21 metres. This one coming up as 21 metres and 4 centimetres.
So these women went through the first kilometre in 3 minutes and 13 seconds. Sam Harrison leading them through, and as expected, Eilish McColgan just went, nope, that is not fast enough. It was an emphatic 10,000 metre victory in Birmingham in the Commonwealth Games 10,000 metres, and this is looking like it could shape up to be a similar effort from the tall British athlete at the front at the moment. She does tend to go out there and start running at 72 second pace and kind of go, who can stay with me? She did that in Hengelo from the very get-go. Had the wave-like technology at the Fanny Bankers Cohen meet for company and left the whole of the Ethiopian World Championship team in her wake. And Eilish McColgan leading this field out. And you can see the way they've spread out in single file. This is good. They can run the shortest line, but they're also having to do this because Eilish McColgan is asking questions to these women very early on.
Well, very interesting that McColgan's gone out there. As we all know, she likes the front run. I'm still curious as to how much is left in her legs after her exploits at the Commonwealth Games, which were 2 very fast finals indeed, and 2 outstanding runs. She won the 10,000 metres, took a slim silver medal, shall we say, not by a very big margin, and a very fast 5,000 metres, but behind a Kenyan rival, Beatrice Chepkoech. Has she recovered in time? It looks like an awful lot of these very, very good women behind her are just going to be happy to sit on the pace.
Fabry in the shot put for Italy in this last round then. So his compatriot is in 4th place. Fabry 20.43 so far. Just a little off balance there as the shot falls just shy of 21 metres. Pushes the tape up into the air a bit. So eagerly awaiting to see what this is. 20.72, his best this year. Doesn't actually move him up any positions though. So on to Bukoviecki. He's the man who remains in front of Fabry by 2 centimetres, 20.74 from the 5th round. He needs 11 centimetres to improve, at least 1 position. Hanatic just in front of him. So he's looking a little disappointed with that, but Of course, he'd be aiming higher than just 5th place. So Bukowiecki, let's see what his measurement is. Just the 2 valid attempts prior to this one. 20:47. Haratic. So the second of the 2 Polish athletes, 20:85 so far. 20:98 is the 4th position of Nick Ponzio, and then 21:26 needed for at least a medal for the defending champion, who was 2nd in 2016. What about 2022? Right on 21 metres. So if this is a valid attempt, potential to go up as high as 4th, but not into the medals. .20.90, so he remains in 5th place.
Nick Ponzio of Italy is the last man that can change these medal positions. He's good enough on paper. He's got a great personal best. Those 21 metres, so if he could match that, he could get himself up among the medals for Italy. 21.83 at his best, so he's throwing well below that, giving it everything in that final round. And unfortunately, in these technical events, more effort, more energy doesn't mean it's going to go any further. The timing is so important. So we have our medalists in the men's shot put, and it will be 4th place for Nick Ponzio.
Yeah, a bit of a shame not to see his compatriot Zane Weir, because I mentioned the great battle they had at the European Team Championships in Lydia earlier this year, but Fabri is involved, another young Italian putter. Decent 7th place for him. He brought his best so far in 2022. So we know those medals, who they'll go to, but let's find out in what order. And that order's changed a few times. So final 3 throws now. High time to tell you how things stand. Mihaljevic, 21.53. Sinancevic, 21.39. Stanek, 21.26. Here he is. So the Czech does not improve. So bronze medal for him. Sinancevic led after the first round. And then he managed to extend the lead to 21.24. And Mihaljevic has really come on strong in the second half of this competition. So last 2 throws. So looking to command his way through this circle. One last go. And that is a decent amount over 20 metres. It's almost lodged itself in the ground, that shot. So let's wait and see. 21.39 thus far. It's 21.32, so no improvement. He'll be the silver medalist. It's gold for Mihaljevic and Croatia. Mihaljevic a moment ago just looked a little bit more relaxed when he saw that people weren't improving hugely. Took a sip of water and composed himself. And now it's over to him to see if he can get any further improvement. 21.84 indoors this year, 21.94 is his national record. Here is the Croatian, another who's a bit off balance. Massive, massive efforts. So what's this going to be? You know, it's the second medal of these championships for Croatia. 21.88. That's his best this year, and 6 centimetres off that national record. Mihaljevic, the European shot put champion. So it means a huge amount to him and those who supported him from the sidelines. He wants to watch. He doesn't go into lane 1 there because we've got the 10,000 metre final.
I have the feeling if there was a collision, they'd be bouncing off him rather than the other way round.
I'm forever in awe of field eventers, full stop, but particularly when they're dealing with that busy traffic out there. They're always so aware of what's going on. A brilliant gold medal for Croatia. Mihajlovic wearing that flag with pride. Second medal for Croatia today. Matija Palov-Kostro picking up a brilliant silver in the women's marathon. There will be parties in the Croatian camp today, hopefully quiet ones, because they've got 2 women in that discus throw final tomorrow, so they've got to get their sleep. Maybe they're just pull an all-night and not go back to the hotel. I think that's probably what you do when you're in your final championship of the season. Handshakes and congratulations all round.
So Croatia, Serbia and Czech Republic, Mihaljevic, Sinančević and Staniek on the podium. So first field finals of these championships. Those 2 shot put finals now concluded. Delight for the Croatian contingent here, who have front row seats. And credit to the crowd who've stayed here into the night to catch a glimpse of the action that's remaining.
Good gamemanship from the whole field. They will travel the circuit over and over again. They'll know each other incredibly well. Meet up again, I'm sure. A few Continental Tour golds to go, a few more Diamond Leagues. But for today, Mihajlovic is the champion, and he can have those bragging rights.
So having another look at what I think will be the longest throw of the competition, 21.88, Mihaljevic. Yes, he was just about able to keep that balance inside that circle.
Such a technically tricky event, that the shot put, you've got to be so balanced, so fast. We saw with Nick Ponzio trying to muscle out a massive throw in his final round. It just doesn't work. You've got to be totally balanced. And these men will practice it over and over again in training. But to do 2 rounds in 1 day is a tough ask. They would have carried that fatigue from this morning. But Mihajlovic coming out on top in the end. That wingspan as well, that's just what you want for a thrower.
So confirmation of what we've just seen. Mihaljevic, 21.88, taking the shot put title. Sinančević, the silver, and then Staniek, that bronze medal.
Have got the women's 10,000 going on the infield, and Eilish McColgan has been piling the pressure on. This is almost identical to the splits that she ran when she won the Commonwealth Games title just, I don't know, 10 days ago in Birmingham in the UK. They had a pretty sedate first kilometre at 3:13, and then she's gone 3:02, 3:01, 3:03, 3 minutes and 4 through 5K. It was 15:22 through the halfway point, and that is why she has whittled this whole field down to just 4. Yasmin Chan, the victor back in 2016, she took the 5,000 metres at that championships as well. 4 consecutive European cross-country titles for Turkey. So a brilliant 8th place at the Tokyo Olympics. Yasmin Chan is a fierce competitor. Klosterhalfen in front of a home crowd is doing tremendously well to stick in 3rd place here. She's had a disrupted year with illness. But Constanze Klosterhalfen at the moment flying the German flag in 3rd place. Her compatriot Elena Ray, the defending bronze medalist, is a little bit further back, but we saw that in Berlin 4 years ago when she came powering through the field. The victor 4 years ago in Berlin was Lorna Salpeter, the woman in the blue strip of Israel, 4.62 on her back, sitting in 4th place. We said at the start of the programme, was Salpeter going to be recovered from the World Championship Marathon, where she picked up a brilliant bronze medal? What a comeback from Salpeter versus the massive fatigue she hit in the Tokyo Olympics. She was in a bronze medal position then and faded horribly in the final 6 kilometres. And she did away with those demons on the roads of Oregon just 29 days ago, and she's powering through this 10,000 metres. Teferi saw her husband pick up a silver in the men's marathon earlier on. Jessica Judd hanging in there on 6th place. Now Sam Harrison finished like an absolute train at the Commonwealth Games. Elena Ray has done that before on track races, so that's an interesting pairing for me there, sitting in 7th and 8th together, the British athlete and the German athlete. They could start to close up that gap. You can see they're around about 160 metres behind Eilish McColgan and that lead group at the moment.
Well, you were talking about the kilometre splits. They went through the halfway point in 15:22.15. So that puts the winner on course for something inside 31 minutes. They're not going to challenge Paula Radcliffe's championship record, which came from the last time this stadium staged the European Championships. That was 3:01.05 back in 2002. But McColgan is absolutely tearing the guts out of this field. She's got Yasmin Chan, Constance Klosterhalfen and Lorna Salpeter sitting on her though. And out of the 3 of them, Chan looks the most relaxed without a doubt. Klosterhalfen and Salpeter, well, they're both looking as though they're straining at this stage. But Chan, well, I saw her win the European 10,000 metres Cup in France back at the end of May, and she ran a very, very comfortable 31:20 to win there as almost a time trial, and she certainly can run much, much faster. Yes, the World Championships didn't go the way that she wanted, but I think she's really focused on this, and she's really this year come back to the sort of form that she had back in 2019 and 2018, even after her European Championship win 6 years ago. But at the moment, it's McColgan still leading, acting as the pacemaker for the rest. Now, what's going to be left in the tank? They're having to work their way around the back markers now. This is going to make things just a little bit tricky. McColgan, we know that she can do this. We know that she can tick off the laps. She went through that 6th kilometre, and they're just coming up now very shortly to the 7th kilometre in 18:26.01. So she's very, very adept at ticking off 3:02s, 3:03s, 3:04s. And this is really a magnificent bit of front running from McColgan. But we've still got almost 3 kilometres to go. Can she sustain this pace? Can she burn off, in particular, Yasmin Chan, who, as I say, is looking comfortable in 2nd. Klosterhalfen, well, we're familiar with her head-rocking style, the upright, slightly staccato style of Lorna Salpeter back in 4th. It's going to be a titanic effort for McColgan. We've also we were talking at the Commonwealth Games, those of us that were there, about the way that she followed in her footsteps. Well, while we were watching the men's shot put, I looked back. Liz McColgan, her mother, for all her honours, for all her trophies, never ever won a medal at the European Championships. And now Chan hits the front. Have the wheels come off McColgan? She's digging in as they're going through once again more back markers. Chan is heading for home.
Just under 3 kilometres to go, and that's a massive injection of pace from Yasmin Chan. As you said, Phil, she's won this title before, and if she used these tactics to win that European Cup 10,000 metres, she'll be used to it. Talk about disappointing World Championships. Chan, Klosterhalfen, McColgan, all disappointed with their performances in Eugene. But Klosterhalfen and Chan have had a quiet month to get themselves ready for this event. Eilish McColgan was very busy on the track in Birmingham. She will not be as recovered as these two are. Lorna Salpeter she is the athlete at the moment trying to close this gap back to Yasmin Chan, but that's a huge lead to open up 20 metres over this field in 300 metres when they were already running 303 kilometres. Has Yasmin Chan got this right? It looks very good right now, but she's got 2.5 kilometres to go, 6 laps on the lap counter when she goes past. Klosterhalfen tried to cover the move, and she's just starting to grimace. Regardless, this is the best run we've seen from Constanze Klosterhalfen in a few years, and that's brilliant to see. She won't be finished yet. She will get everything out of herself in these closing 6 laps. But can Salpeter and McColgan work together to reel back in Turkey's Yasmin Chan, or has she gone? What a great tactical decision there, just to fly around that group of 4. And she's opening up that gap. It's up to 32 metres now over Lorna Salpeter and Eilish McColgan. They have got to go now because Yasmin Chan is a high calibre athlete.
I have to say, this is starting to look as though it's a battle for silver and bronze. Yasmin Chan now lapping even good quality local runners comprising the German team. I think now that almost the entire field, I think there's only 7 women that she hasn't lapped at this stage, just looking at the computer information screen, and she's just carrying on, pouring it on. When she went with 7 laps to go, well, I think when she comes through at the back straight, we're going to have seen a terrific kilometre, probably, well, you can see it there, 2:55 kilometres she's just injected.
And that's where they were already moving at close to 3-minute kilometres, which is 30-minute pace. I know the first kilometre was to date with a 3:13, but they haven't hung around since then. And Yasmin Chan chucking in a 2:55 8th kilometre. Oh, you look at the screen and you go, Yasmin Chan looks absolutely fine, but that's a ferocious change of pace at this point in 10,000 metres. You can see what it's done to Lorna Salpeter and Eilish McColgan. But Yasmin Chan has got a lonely but inspired 4.5 laps of the track left to go. She took this title in 2016. Lorna Salpeter took it in 2018. Could it be back with Turkey here at the 2022 edition of the European Championships?
And just looking down the track, I have to say, Constanze Klosterhalfen looks broken now. It looks as though it's a battle between Salpeter and McColgan for the silver and the bronze. However this turns out, it was a fantastically brave effort by McColgan. She's just digging in now. That staccato style, as I described it, of Salpeter is just pit-pattering away around the track. But McColgan now, she's on her shoulder. And I have to say, Salpeter also looks a rather tired athlete at this stage. 4 laps to go.
Lorna Salpeter, the marathon specialist, she is so proficient on the track as well, but tired legs from that performance, picking up the bronze medal in Oregon. She won't want to lead this to a sprint finish. She knows Eilish McColgan's got a turn of speed. So I expect Lorna Salpeter of Israel to do everything she can to pile on the pressure. But Yasmin Chan is just stretching this lead with every 100 metres that goes by. Eilish McColgan won't stop battling. Lorna Salpeter has been to the depths of pain in her marathon races. She knows what it's like to be full of fatigue, but keep powering on. But there's at the moment nothing they can do to try and get back on terms with Turkey's Yasmin Chan. She laps Jessica Judd, yet another good athlete down there on the track, getting lapped by the winner, and that just shows the pace that these women are moving at. This time, Yasmin Chan is going to see 3 laps to go. Eilish McColgan and Lorna Salpeter are making no inroads on that lead. If anything, it's still growing.
Yes, Chan just looking supremely confident. Israeli fans buoyed by the silver medal down in the city centre, out in force as well. There's the battle for silver and bronze between McColgan, the taller Briton, and on her inside, Salpeter. Salpeter looks as though she's weaving away. She's not running a straight line there. McColgan had to sort of end up almost in the second lane, or else she'd have been touching shoulders and barging. But there's no disputing. You can see Yasmin Chan glancing up to the screen. She knows that she has a yawning gulf of advantage ahead of these two women who are battling for silver and bronze at the moment. And well, Yasmin Chan, she's lapped everybody apart from the two women in your sight. Klosterhalfen, who's in fourth at the moment, and another Israeli, Tafare, in fifth at the moment. I've never seen at this level at a championship, possibly with the exception of maybe Ayana in the Olympics, such a dominant display over the rest of the field.
So Yasmin Chan is just coming up to 2 laps to go. Her last kilometre was only a 3:05, so she went 2:55, blew the field apart, and now she settled back down to 3:05, and that's a brilliant tactic, because Eilish McColgan and Lorna Salpeter, they couldn't even do the 2:55. It's not like they kind of went, oh, that's maybe a bit of a rogue, bit of a risky move for me right now. They could not match the change of pace that Yasmin Chan unleashed with 7 laps to go. And at the moment, they're just battling it out for that silver and bronze, and that's going to get tricky with these lap runners. Yasmin Chan, none of those issues behind. And many of these athletes, out of respect, moving wide, running in lane 2, but that can be confusing. And the etiquette, I think you need to set an etiquette, basically, unless you're very sure. You should just stick in the inside of lane 1 and not get involved. Eilish McColgan just starting to lift her pace. They have 600 metres to go. Will it be a medal for Great Britain? Well, we hope it would be, but it will be silver or bronze for Eilish McColgan and Lorna Salpeter, because surely it's going to be a gold for Turkey and Yasmin Chan.
Yes, as they come up to the bell, Chan with almost 70 metres advantage. And now Salpeter trying to push hard. Let's see what McColgan's got left in the tank. But Salpeter, gold 4 years ago, still very much in contention for a place on the podium. As Yasmin Chan, well, I'm sure she'll embark on a true lap of honour after she's got the gold, but this is a really valedictory last lap for the Turk as the battle commences behind her for the next 2 places on the podium.
It's a brave run here from Lorna Salpeter. She's got a marathon in her legs from a month ago, the Israeli athlete. Her male teammates were imperious on the roads of Munich this morning with their team gold. And Lorna Salpeter and Eilish McColgan battling it out for the silver and bronze medalist in this women's 10,000 metres at the European Championships. Eilish McColgan just inching ahead. She's going to hit 200 metres to go. She's moving significantly faster than Lorna Salpeter. I think that will tidy up the silver and the bronze medals, but they're going to have to look down the track and see Turkey's Yasmin Chan striding away. She's got 80 metres to go, 70 metres to go. She's going to lap another phenomenal athlete. Samantha Harrison was 6th at the Commonwealth Games last week, and Yasmin Chan is going to power through the line, just a whisker outside of 30 and a half minutes, a 3:03 final kilometre. Great running from Yasmin Chan. Eilish McColgan of Scotland punches the air, securing another major championship medal. And Lorna Salpeter, where did that run come from? This woman picked up a bronze at the World Championships just 29 days ago, and she's managed to hold on for a brilliant bronze here in the 10,000 metres at the Europeans. Constanze Klosterhalfen, tired figure, brave run, and 4th place for the German athlete. And that's a tremendous step in the right direction for Constanze Klosterhalfen, and great to see.
Well, the athletes are just flat out with that incredible effort, especially over the last 2 kilometres, 3 kilometres once Chan went to the front. McColgan's on her feet. Well, it was silver for McColgan over 5,000 metres 4 years ago, when on that occasion she beat Yasmin Chan, the Turk ending up with the bronze medal. Roles a reverse this time around 4 years later, over 10,000 metres, and Yasmin Chan regains the title. She won in Amsterdam back in 2016. She's the only one that I think that hasn't actually fallen flat on the track. There's still running left in Yasmin Chan, I think.
There is, and it was a great 8th place at the Olympics for Yasmin Chan, and we went into those European cross-country championships thinking in Dublin at the end of 2021, thinking, blimey, could she make it 5 titles in a row? She couldn't quite hold it together, just came 14th. You know, everyone's got to have their break. Yasmin Chan back to her very, very best, picking up another gold medal on the continental stage for Turkey.
Well, Yasmin Chan spends an awful lot of her time back in Kenya, where she was born and raised, and she trains there just like an awful lot of other European runners, but we don't really know too much about her background and what she's been doing. But I did find out that she had actually been quite ill. What the nature of that illness was, I think it was some kind of bad stomach bug prior to Dublin. That certainly conditioned her result there, because she did, as you probably remember, you were there, and brilliant commentary on it, and with her trying to take the lead in the early stage of the race. I think it's taken her quite a long time to come back, but there's been a really good build-up, solid build-up during the course of the year. Great outing, solo run, beating a lot of good athletes, a few of them in the field today at the European 10,000 metres Cup, and it's just carried on and carried on. I finally think that Eilish McColgan's very, very heavy racing workload has finally caught up with her just a little bit. If she'd have perhaps only taken one event at the Commonwealths, would she have something to respond to Yasmin Chan? We don't know. McColgan, wonderfully courageous athlete, races very, very often as well, is really adding on a very regular basis to her own medal collection, whether it's at Commonwealths or a European basis. And she had those tremendous times on the road earlier in the season. Perhaps if she'd have taken 1 or 2 weeks out here and there, rested a bit more often. But having said that, I really don't think there'd be many people, not just in Europe, but in the world, who could have stayed with Yasmin Chan today. Perhaps Sifan Hassan, if she'd have chosen to run here, but who really knows on the day. It's Yasmin Chan's turn in the spotlight once again.
So you saw Yasmin Chan do the 5K, 10K double back in 2016 in Amsterdam, and it is this evening a prequel to Yasmin Chan doing the same here in Munich in 2022. He's jumping a 2:55. 8th kilometre is pretty dangerous, and I'm not sure anyone's going to want to see what she's got up her sleeve for that 5,000 metres. Carolina Grovdal of Norway didn't line up for this 10,000. I wonder if she is just doing the 5,000. She took that European cross-country title finally after so many years of trying. And I do wonder, could we see Yasmin Chan back in winning ways as we look towards that 5,000 metres later in the programme?
Oh, she did go to the track in the end. Am I right in thinking she's not actually using running spikes, that she's using flats?
I think this season, the ASICS shoe, they have added a spike plate to the bottom. They did have a season where they developed some shoes and they hadn't popped spikes on the bottom. That was causing issues for some of the steeple chasers or some of their athletes when they were in wet conditions. But this year, shoe evolution is everybody just hanging on by the seats of their pants.
And a well-deserved drink for Liz McColgan. I hope she manages to celebrate a little bit later on this evening as well, although it's a rather late finish here in the Munich Olympic Stadium. There's Lorna Salpeter and Yasmin Chan. They know each other very well. Friendly rivals. Raises the thought, when will Yasmin Chan step up and run a marathon? She's had a few good road races, without a doubt. You could see the delight on her face as she crossed the line. Absolutely stunned.
7 laps to go is a really awkward time to start running that fast. If you were in that race, you go, come on, geez, are you kidding, Yasmin? This is far too early to start a big kick for home, but it was a tactical masterpiece from Yasmin Chan.
It just had that feeling with Eilish McColgan having led for so much of the race, and then Yasmin Chan just looking so comfortable that this was all going to Yasmin Chan's game plan one way or the other. If McColgan had kept it going, even at a slightly higher tempo, you have a feeling 6 laps to go, 5 laps to go, Yasmin Chan would have still been ready to fly to the front and go for home.
So that 5,000 metres scheduled for Thursday night. I haven't got anywhere near a sort of finalised start list for that. There'll be declared entries and whatnot. And Yasmin Lau just probably feeling a bit hard done by. She had a rough race there, good on her. Thumbs up from the two Dutch athletes. And I don't think they would have liked to have their faces up on the screen, just a little bit disappointed with their results there, I think.
So Yasmin Chan confirmed 30-32-57 to take the gold, followed home by Ailish McColgan of Great Britain, Northern Ireland, and Lorna Salpeta of Israel to take silver and bronze respectively. There's the full classification of the 14 finishers. That was a very high quality race. All those 14 women well inside 33 minutes. Yasmin Chan, well, we said we didn't think she could approach Paula Radcliffe's championship record. She was about 30 seconds adrift, but at one point, just when she dropped in that 2:55 pace, it looked as though maybe, just maybe, if she could sustain that pace, she could give it a scare. In the end, she just had to ease back. So as night has now fallen over Munich, some music crosses out across the Olympic Stadium. You can see the famous Olympic Tower, which has shone over this Olympic Stadium since 1972, since the Olympic Games back then. You can see the lake in the middle of the Olympia Park. Well, still going around the track. There's still quite a few people in the home stand waiting to celebrate them. So as we look at the highlights of the third and final gold medal of the evening, it's time for the European Athletics live stream commentary team, myself, Phil Minshall, Hannah England and Alex Seftel, to say goodnight. But join us again tomorrow morning for separate commentary from the Munich city centre on the men's and women's 35-kilometre walk, and also from the stadium with all the heats and qualifications and the next disciplines in the decathlon. Please do join us then.
You're listening to coverage of the European Athletics Championships. We created this audio stream to make sure that, no matter where you are, you can keep up with all the action from Munich. If you'd prefer to watch our live coverage or to check out the highlights, head to athletics.eurovisionsports.tv. We'll either give you access to our live stream or we'll link you to your local broadcaster. Wherever you live, athletics.eurovisionsports.tv will guarantee you some way of watching the coverage live. All the best moments, all the medals. Don't miss a second of Munich 2022 on All Athletics.